And they were like, someone got him to me as a gift, and they went like,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final session of Winds of Earrenia, our until now ongoing D&D campaign here on Bold Wolf Gaming. 4 years ago, and a couple months, we gathered in this very same room, 4 of the 5 of us, and over the course of 4 years, we have done the impossible. It is a statistical fact that something like 90% of D&D campaigns never make it to the end. But here we are on the final session, 75 games later, and we have gone through a marriage, 2 childbirths, 2 home purchases, a worldwide pandemic, and somehow we have survived all of this so that we can be here tonight to finish this story, where we write the final chapter of the crew of the Vestige, the champions of the Fyra, the Regulators. When we last left off, the crew of the Vestige crashed in the fields around a backwater town called White Bluff. Missing all of their memories, this small band of unlikely outlaws followed the only clues they had to finding out who they are and what had happened to them. Along the way, they lost some friends, they gained some new ones, lost some of those too. They have befriended kings, killed an emperor, saved countless towns and cities and countries and even the world. They have killed demigods, made deals with archfey, reunited with old family, started a new one. Upon discovering that they were the descendants of the original heroes who sealed away the evil elder god Mantis, and they were destined to respond to his imminent return, they managed to stop him from ever coming back. And when that god's lieutenant, left to his own devices, decided to start his own campaign to take over the world, they continued their original mission, collected the 4 weapons created by the Fyra, made to kill a god. And tonight, they will go and face Orcus to stop his plan to turn the entire world into the land of the dead. After defeating the ancient magma dragon, inside of the volcano near the ancient dwarven city of Falder, Echo retrieved Ovelia's Shade, the final weapon needed to defeat Orcus. Having completed your mission, you opened the wizard's door and I assume headed to Lorimer's Tower?
Yeah, we went back to Lorimer's Tower, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no.
Or we go back to...
No, we went back to the palace because we like collapsed in beds.
Yep.
Palace?
Yeah, I keep to the Jarl's palace.
Oh, so, well, you have, that's funny.
Did you write it wrong in your notes?
Yes, I remembered it incorrectly. I thought you were going to Lorimer's Tower because you wanted to get the tablet read.
yeah.
We can do that quickly, yeah.
Well, of course you can do it after.
Yeah.
All right, so headed back to the Clambox Palace. Actually, we should do this.
I wonder if Clambox can hear the...
All right, so as you you are currently in Treasure Jaw's tomb. You open the wizard's door and begin to step through, and as each of you step through, You see on the other side of the door the inside of Kleinbach's palace. But as you cross through, your vision goes blurry for a moment. And each of you in turn, as your vision begins to clear, you find yourself not in Kleinbach's palace, but in a large dust.
Wake up on a airship.
Almost go fuck yourself. That's the fucking case.
You find yourself in a large, old, dusty circular room that sits directly beneath a lens-like dome. Easily 1,000 stone seats encircle the room facing the central floor where you stand. Under each of your feet, you see the symbol of the goddess of the Fyra that you individually represent. And in the center of the floor, struck by a beam of light coming from the lens above, in spite of the fact that it is clearly night outside, you can see stars above you, is the symbol of Udal. Takes you a few moments, but you eventually realize you are back in the temple at the top of the mountain in Sacramento. Out of the shadows, you see what seems to be a walking pile of books. But, of course, to echo, this is what you still perceive at first, and then you realize there is an ancient elven man that simply has books strapped to him in every conceivable place. And he has a wide smile on his face, and he claps a few times, and he finally says, "I must say I'm impressed. You've managed to collect all of the weapons. You haven't needed my help once. So, I suppose I am no longer needed. And it's been nice to be back, but I think it's time I moved on.
I have one question before we go.
Yes.
We have collected this tablet from the dragon's lair. He specifically told me that he was trying to prevent something before he passed. I would like to know if you can translate what it says.
Based on your description, I think I might have a good idea. And in this case,
Can you tell us that at all?
kind of tilts his head at you, scrunches a little bit, ignores the question. I think I have a feeling I know what that tablet might say. However, I believe it may be undue interference on my part. I think you have an idea of who you can go to get that translated. I think it's best if I stay out of it. But you have collected all 4 weapons you need to get rid of Orcus. And before I leave, I wanted to give you the most dangerous weapon of all, knowledge.
Nice.
Now he's kind of walking around the circle of where you guys are standing, and as he walks past Echo, he kind of pulls one of her daggers off of her belt. Now, the weapons you've collected are needed to destroy Orcus. However, when a god is on the mortal plane, as Orcus is, and he kind of pricks his finger with the tip of the dagger, any magical weapon can harm the avatar of a god. Once you have done enough damage to the avatar, the heart of the true god will be exposed. That is what can only be damaged by the weapons the Fyra have blessed you with. Now, once you have gotten that far, it has very strong regenerative properties. In order to make the damage stick, all 4 weapons have to strike it in sequence. Anytime that the 4 of you attack it and 1 of you misses, it will be able to regenerate what is lost. However, if the majority of you have struck it and damaged it enough, even if 1 misses, you may be able to ask your goddesses, to simply banish him if that's your choice. If things are getting too dire, and you don't believe that you're going to be able to survive long enough to destroy him once and for all, you can simply seal him back away, just as your ancestors, he looks at your forebears, just as they did with Mantis. They chose not to destroy him once and for all and seal him away. The consequences of destroying Orcus are not quite as problematic as they were with Mantis. But, again, if worst comes to worst and you believe your only option is banishment, you need to simply pray, and your goddesses may help you out. Well, he kind of sighs and looks around. It's been a long time, but I think I've seen all of what this world's become that I need to. If there's nothing else that you need from me. Alright, well then. Enough of this vessel, and he snaps his fingers, and the vessel melts away. The room is filled with blinding divine light, and in place of him you see a female divine entity. I'm very proud of all of you, and I wish you the best of luck. Time for me to go again, and she looks up, and turns just into a pure beam of light, shoots through the lens and into the sky. And how in the hell did you suddenly figure out who in the heck he was?
You said the beam of light fell upon the symbol of Udall, and this guy just shows up, strapped with books.
Funny, you didn't figure that out last time, though. The last time you talked to him.
No, because he didn't, step on the Udall symbol.
Oh, okay. Alright, gotcha. Alright.
I love the fact that you
Udall's a god of knowledge, because I didn't realize that.
Yes, Udall's the god of knowledge.
I probably would have got that if I remember. Yeah, true. You probably would.
the way he scratched his face.
I've talked to this guy 3 times.
Yeah. That's the fun. Yeah, if there had been more interactions, there probably would have been a few opportunities where you might have picked up some clues on who he actually was. But yes, that was the goddess Udall. Alright, so. After a few moments, your vision goes blurry again, and you all are suddenly stepping through the doorway into Clambach's palace just as you had originally intended. You said you want to, it's early at, kind of early in the evening, but you guys want to collapse into bed after that fight.
Dude,
I think Echo is enough.
yeah, she's
Echo is exhausted.
She's heading on the horse, just like,
Echo's barely standing.
2 levels of exhaustion.
Can't move his own.
I thought she was 3.
You can clear those 3. Yeah. You can hit if you're using D&D Beyond, you can hit long rest as many times as you need to clear those exhaustion levels, because you will be sleeping again fairly soon. Alright, so you go to bed for the night and just sleep through till morning?
Because you're not going to be able to make it there.
Hit her head on the door.
I think, because this would let forget too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think I would probably stumble into the room, but not get into bed with her. Just let her know that I'm home, I'm alive.
Okay.
For now. Not get my bloody ass self on.
Okay, so she, well, actually, at the time you arrive, she's not going to be in bed, so. So you walk into, you ask where she is, because she's not currently in the bed chambers. She's actually out in the courtyard, practicing her, marksmanship.
You get to see her grow in action once more.
Make a baby number 2.
Oh dear.
As soon as you get close to her, she kind of scrunches her face. I can change this music.
Yeah, this doesn't fit the...
Yeah, this isn't.
She probably smells blood and sweat on.
She's like, what the...
Why do you smell like rotten eggs?
Dragon breath.
Okay. Dragon. Not going...
Ancient magma dragon. I heard. So bad.
Say it.
But I'm alive.
No, say it.
I love you.
I love you too. Please.
Moral support.
Take a bath.
I should probably do that first.
I'll try not to disturb you when I come in.
I'm tired here.
She's probably like, I've never seen him like this in my life.
I think I think the tailors in this town have my measurements. I think I need new clothes. Things are
You need new what?
clothes.
I'll make arrangements. You just get that rotten egg smell out of your skin and like I said, I'll try not to disturb you when I come in. Anybody else have any particular plans before they collapse, or?
I'm carrying her to the bath, and then I'm carrying her to bed. She can just piggyback.
I have no plans. Echo just needs sleep after 3 to 4 things of exhaustion.
Echo's gonna go into the bathtub and fall asleep for like when she almost drowns and she like slides under.
I thought Echo doesn't sleep.
Echo falls asleep in the bathroom and
She can like lose consciousness for various reasons, alcohol, exhaustion. However, she does still have to meditate at some point.
I don't think that's happening tonight.
Alright, so you all eventually retire. The following morning, Malcolm, there are clothes waiting, freshly tailored clothes waiting for you. Your armor has been cleaned, patched up.
Polished.
Squeaky clean.
I can just picture Malcolm just like being so tired he doesn't even care, just walking through the castle naked back in the room.
Your hat has a decent size, like bullet hole sized burn hole in the brim from one of the pieces of magma. Gives it some character. In fact, after you notice this, you take a nice long look over your hat and you realize there's a decent amount of scarring on this thing from the last year of adventuring. Bit of a bite mark from your encounter with the werewolf, the magma hole. There's still a
Spider acid hit marks.
there's a little bit of a sheen in one spot, fluid from the plant that almost tricked you into letting you eat it.
Like it's me.
There's still a piece of glass from the mirror in the Palhas palace when you faced.
Probably should take this off.
Yeah.
But your hat tells a story of this long and eventful year. But you have fresh clothes. All of you are rested, or at least to some extent. Echo is, I believe, still has exhaustion, right? So still recovering from the tick. Still needs another night of sleep to fully recover, but while you were at the palace, you are informed that the Jarl and many of the others you know are already on their way across the continent to Haim. And yeah, the Jarl began making plans to move as soon as he heard you were heading after the last weapon. So, you are expected to be heading that direction within the next couple days. Anything you would like to do before you leave Anexa for Palhas?
What's that?
Anything you'd like to do before you leave Anexa for Palhas?
What's the matter, buddy?
So we're leaving for Ballhouse from here, you said?
Yeah, I assume you wanted to get that stone checked out, right?
Stone checked out. Some arrows.
I got you.
A lot.
Alright,
Still need to pull off the heist.
we'll do that on a one-shot at some point.
I'm almost like taking these people for enough money. You don't like it. I mean, of course we do. We're pretty much. I mean, I'm not gonna need the airship anymore if I'm just staying. I mean, I'll probably keep the airship. You can probably fly it myself.
I mean, I'll probably fly a smaller version of it.
You can keep Serenity running if you want,
Yeah.
on its own, essentially.
Yeah, and then just call Bastion while you need to head off somewhere.
Speaking of which, he is still in a holding pattern somewhere out towards Gildan.
Oh, I should probably call him and let him know to head back towards. It'd be what, like 2 days to get back here, probably?
Yes. but that won't be relevant in a little bit. But yeah, if you want to call him back, you can call him back. Tell him to head his
I
head.
guess it's not relevant.
I mean, well, okay, you're just gonna leave him circling there until you figure out.
I'm gonna tell him to have that over the closest one is Palhas, because we have to go to Palhas to get the stone like that, right?
Yep, but you have a key for Lormer's Tower, so.
So I'll just tell him to head towards Orcus Tower.
Okay. Alright. So, you guys are obviously after this going to be heading for the big shebang, so anything you want, anybody you want to talk to, anything you want to do before you leave Anexa?
Not really. I think anybody I want to talk to is on their way there.
Yep.
Ethan's probably on
Ethan's already on her way to hang, presumably.
Yeah, no, I'm giving her a big soaking kiss when I get there.
How far away is the lowest storm from here?
If I recall correctly, it's less than an hour flight from Anexa.
So how long would that be if I were to, run a horse out there? Like half a day or something?
Yeah, I think half a day. Just ask.
I was thinking about going there and, talking with a lark. Like, hey, we're here.
Okay, so...
I don't think we buried him there, but...
Yes, you did. That's the first time you saw the town, was taking his body back to be buried in. So, for the sake of story, and we're at the end, this can't have any horrible consequences. Around the time of your wedding, you were given... Norma made another key for your wizard's door that allowed you to head back to the farm.
Okay.
So, you use the wizard's door to head back to the farm?
Yeah.
Alright. Using the key for the first time, going through the door is literally as if you were walking through the front door of the farmhouse. After you close it and take the key back out, it turns back into your normal front door. What would you like to do?
I'd like to walk out and walk over to where Lark is interred. And just let him know we're at the end, man. I wish you could have been here to see it with us, but I'm going to get that bastard back for taking control of his way.
To your surprise, as you're standing there or kneeling there at whatever you're doing at his grave, you look up slightly and notice feet in front of you. And looking up fully, you see on top of his headstone, there's a lark sitting there. And he's smiling.
What I miss?
I went back to Lark's farm to where we buried him, and I told him that I wish he was here at the end with us and gonna get that bastard Orcus back for taking control of his soul, controlling him.
And he kind of sighs. I'm really glad to hear that. He shakes his head a bit. Just do me one favor. Pass the message on to the rest of them. Get this done, and get back to life. Guess if I had more faith in our journey, maybe I'd still be there with you, but it's a hell of a thing to let this stuff consume you. I'm glad to see it's over. I just wish I could have seen what it would have been like after. I'll be watching over you. Get through it, kill that bastard, and then get back to living. It was a hell of an adventure, but you can't spend your entire damn life chasing after death.
I reach next to my gun. I don't reach for my guns. I reach for the daggers I have there that I never use.
Yeah.
I pull them out once he's dead. I'm touching Tenji's. And I spin the daggers down and sink them back in my sheaths, dagger sheaths.
He lets out a deep laugh that you cannot remember the last time you heard from him, and gradually fades from your vision. And you are again alone at his grave.
I think Malcolm puts his well-worn hats back on top of his head and heads back to the farmhouse too.
Alright. Once you've returned, I assume all of you are ready to head to Palhas real quick. Check out the stone. God, I'm so glad we can use my old playlist again. Alright, so, as you step through the wizard's door once again to enter Lorimer's tower, you find yourself coming out at the top of the back staircase of the main foyer. And as you cross through those double doors, you notice to your right the statue of death, holding a scythe and an orb. Tucked in behind the orb is a piece of paper, and there is a sack hanging from its arm behind the orb.
I guess I might grab the piece of paper first.
Alright.
This motherfuckers. You are gonna kill him right away. Regulators. It was assumed you would likely use this as your return point. King Vossar began preparations for the assault on Haim as soon as he heard you were heading for the final order. A contingent of the royal army and the best mages of the kingdom are already on their way to the rendezvous point. The armies of Palhas, the Empire, Ramlin, Teresia, Kartanak, and Cassetta will push back Orcus's army until we are one battle away from the city gates. We hope to be at that point by the time you arrive. I have drawn a map of the best place for Serenity to land at that time. In the sack on the statue's arm, I have provided a few items. 20 iron bullets infused with holy oil, as well as a device that will allow you to retrieve your ship when you use the door to travel ahead of it. Aim it at the sky and open it, and your ship will appear at that point. See you soon, Moreover. P.S. Be sure to use the foil device outside and while the ship is in flight. P.S. It has occurred to me that if you do not use my tower as your return point, it will be impossible to read this letter. If so, please disregard. P.S. It has also occurred to me that if you do not read this letter, the postscript is irrelevant, as is the postscript, this postscript, and the letter in its entirety. Hope this clears things up. That is fucking Lorimer to a T.
Alright, so in the sack, like I said, you find the 20 iron bullets infused with holy oil, which will do 1d10, depending on what gun you use, it will do
Another
radiant damage. Yeah.
I'll probably use those in my pepper boxes.
And as well, there is a metallic oval-shaped device with, it looks like an eye, but the lid is closed. It's on a swing hinge. I don't know.
So what's on a swing hinge?
Like I said, it's an oval-shaped metallic device, and what seems to be a lid is like on a slide swing.
This is where you open it.
Yeah, so when you open it, it looks like the eyelid's opening, but it's kind of diagonal. And at the bottom of the letter that you read, there is a drawing of the topography near Haim, and it marks the spot where you should land. Alright, what would you like to do next?
I'm ready to head there, you guys.
Oh, do you want to go get the stone checked out?
I thought we were going to have Lorimer check it out.
Thought you were taking it to the museum.
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah.
Alright, so heading into town before you call the ship?
I'm just going to tell Dustchin to just stop and hover wherever he's hovering.
Okay.
And just let him know things are going to get really weird.
Really quick.
Alright, so you walk outside of the tower, which is of course missing the actual tower portion. And you take out the device, aim it at the sky, and...
No, we're gonna do our errand first.
Oh, you're gonna do your and do it later? Okay.
So I thought we were going to do that at the... Oh, he wanted us to use that here, and then take an airship over.
Yeah, what it does is it allows you to retreat, to call the ship to you if any of these times you use the wizard's door and travel really far away from it. All right. So you head into Palha City, which takes about another hour. And make your way to...
You know what? We had this prank. We were going to keep adding keys to warmers.
Never finished.
He's been fucking adding them mine. We got like 4 keys in the last 3 sessions.
That's gonna be when we're done with the battle. Keep him around for a little bit until we fulfill the prank, and then you take him out.
Your best... Okay, let me add this note. 1 year from the completion of your quest, there's going to be an anniversary dinner for everybody who was involved. If you wanted to give him another year, that would be the best time to finish your prank, and you will be given a opportune moment to deal with your task.
I'll come up to him and talk to him in the front. While you come up behind him and put the last couple keys on there.
You can make the man die with his pants down.
So shall be.
Wow.
All right, so you bring your... what am I talking about? Okay, you make your way to the Feyue Museum of Culture and Artifacts, which is the first official retcon of the lore. And you make your way in. Standing at the lectern in the entryway is a young, like, college-aged half-elf female. And as you step in, she...
Someone's got 2.
My character's only 45, so
I mean, elves live a long time, so
yeah.
age difference isn't too much.
She looks up and she smiles. 4 of you, would you like a guided tour, or would you just like to make your way around?
What's his name?
I don't know.
Say his fucking name.
Have you guys been taking no notes this entire 4 years? It's Lorenus. His name is Lorenus.
This reminds me of Boondock Saints. What's the cat's fucking name?
So you tell her you need to speak to Lorenus? Okay, whom may I say is,
Just tell them the regulators are here.
Oh, there's a little bit of a note of recognition there. Absolutely, right away. She disappears to the back curtain, and a few moments later, she's actually proceeded. You see the front wheels of his chair rolling through the curtain. He has a big smile on his face. He's looking very happy. Oh, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Brought me anything fun?
Yeah. Something interesting. You have somewhere private we can show you?
Sure, bring it back to the workshop. And he wheels around and heads back through the curtain. You follow him through this big central exhibit room and then into the back workshop. And inside is a desk and a bunch of tools, a shit ton of bookshelves. And he spins around and says, what you got for me?
Is there a spot where we can open up our wizard's door?
Yeah, there's a big empty wall on one side.
Malcolm, open that up. Because you carry that.
Yeah.
I'd say, come on in.
He sees through the door what you're talking about, the big, huge-ass stone, and he directs you to, there's some furniture, dolly kind of things, like little rolling caster platforms, and has you lifted up onto that, rolling out the door. Okay, I see why you brought this to me. I'm guessing you weren't able to deal with these symbols in the message. These are called Sonus. They're a lot like the mountain runes that are used by the dwarves and the Leviathans. each of these symbols represents a more advanced concept, more than just a simple word would generally do.
She's never coming down, sir.
But I have learned some of them. So let's see. He looks at and the now that you're able to really like look at the stone, you can see.
What does he want?
Huh?
The stone.
Stone. There was the reason that none of you that could speak Sylvan could translate it was because it had all these symbols that meant nothing to you.
Out of curiosity, which ones?
Huh?
Out of curiosity, which runes?
Well, these aren't the closest to Norse runes in this world is Dwarven / Leviathan mountain runes is what they call them. These are completely different language. Would look very different than the Norse ones.
I actually thought you like had a picture or something. I was about to read.
Oh no, it's just in concept. All right, so we're going to continue. All right, so you see that on the stone there is a split. There's an image at the top of each of these segments of text, like a drawing. For the most part, you're not really able to make out what's going on because it's not exactly high artistic standards. But it's clearly divided into panels. So he starts with the first panel. He says, "This is written past tense," and he puts his finger on the first symbol. This symbol is the mother represents, and the phrase says, "The mother was killed." The mother refers to Eldath. Then there was he points at another symbol, turning, of a naturalist tenebris, unnatural darkness. Turning is roughly millennium, and unnatural darkness refers to something like an eclipse or some unnatural time of darkness when it should be light. So I believe this first panel is referring to the death of Eldath, followed by the Millennium of Darkness. Second panel, this symbol is called the 4, and I'm sure you can figure that out, means the pantheon name as known as the Fyra. In fact, the Sylvan word is Fyras. That's where we get the word from. The 4 chose this symbol means warrior, but a warrior with a destiny. The 4 chose a warrior each who ended the unnatural darkness. Third panel, following the end of the unnatural darkness, there was a, I don't know this one. Zuko, could you grab the book of Fyra folk poetry from the shelf over there? It's written in Sylvan.
Okay, I go grab it. Probably, takes me a minute or two?
Yeah, you have to search through all the titles, try to figure out which one it is, and you find, sure enough, in Sylvan it says Fyra folk poetry.
College girl comes over and helps you.
Voice.
Upsize?
Last session we gotta do it.
Hair color? Eye color? We need some descriptions here.
Right?
Oh, the one with the door, she's blonde. Okay, so you bring the book over to him, and he looks pages through it, and you can see it's just a bunch of poetry written in Sylvan, but over some of the phrases, there's some of these symbols are written. And he finally finds one that matches, and where are we? Dang it, I scrolled. Great movement. Migration, perhaps? To the sacrificed land. Sacrificed land. He looks up at the symbol, back at the book.
Sacramon?
Yes, I shouldn't have translated it. It literally says Sacrosmond. Sacramond. That must be... So, Sacrificed land, so Sacramond.
So it's like the Guild Wars and us leaving that land to come here?
Well, this was this would be the first Great Migration after the end of the Millennium of Darkness. Many people fled to what is now Sacramond. This was when it was all one continent. So this was the Great Migration to Sacramond. Fourth panel. There, the people will live under. He checks the book again because he runs into another symbol he doesn't recognize. Shattered skies for returning. Poems aren't giving me any context for that, but we'll come back to it. But the people will live under shattered skies for 1,000 years. Can't for the life of me figure out what that means. Goes to the next panel. In a unknown generation, that symbol essentially refers to a time in the future that is certain to happen, but it's unknown what the length of time will be. Quite often used in their prophecies. There will be another great movement back to the motherland. Great migration back to Kriamond. I think we may be finally looking at an explanation for why the elf tribes here left for Irala when the settlers came back to Kriamond. They must have known whatever's at the end of this prophecy and fled out of fear, knowing what it meant. Sixth panel. This symbol essentially means empire, spans across the land, the second era of unnatural darkness will begin. That's why they left. They believed the return of settlers meant it was only a matter of time before the return of Mantis. The four will choose another warrior each. They will retrieve this symbol means divine weapons. The way it's written suggests this means weapons that can kill the divine. And
Does he should know, right? No.
He doesn't know to that extent now.
He will.
Naturally.
And the unnatural darkness. This will mark the inevitable return of shattered skies. He looks through the book a few more times. I find it written in several poems, but I don't understand what it means. My mentor's personal notes. Maybe he found something. And he rolls over to his desk, opens a few drawers, pulls out this notebook that's essentially loose paper that's been put together over time. And he starts leafing through it. Looks at it for a while, and at some point you see him kind of freeze. He kind of slams the notebook shut, pulls open another drawer, out comes a bottle of Dwarven whiskey,
Oh dear.
pops it and starts swinging out of it.
Oh, jeez.
It's always a good sign, right, guys?
No.
And if left undisturbed, he just continues drinking.
Do you care to tell us what you found?
What you found there, buddy?
Or at least share some with us?
He puts the bottle down and doesn't even turn to look at you. Shattered skies. If my mentor's research is correct, which it always was, shattered skies is how the Fae referred to the rule of dragons. There was a great movement to the sacrificed land, and there for 1,000 years the people lived under shattered skies. 1,000 years that the people of Sacramond lived under the rule of dragons.
Are we gonna tell him we just killed one?
We just did kill a really old one.
Really old one.
That said he was trying to stop this prophecy from happening.
Well, lots to unpack there, but you defeated one. If the way this prophecy was written, it suggests we're going back to the 1,000 years that dragons ruled entirely. It wasn't like, I mean, there's been two spotted on this continent over the several hundred years we've been back here. But back then, there were thousands of them. They were the absolute rulers of the continent. We can only hope, as selfish as this sounds, that that is their problem and not ours. Sacramond was always the land of the dragons. When it was one continent, there was where on the maps it said, here there be dragons. But I do not envy the people of Sacramond if this prophecy is true. And there's no telling. Perhaps this was inevitable. Perhaps him trying to stop you is what triggered whatever happens, but it sounds like within the next few decades, perhaps, Sacramon will once again be living under the rule of dragons. Well,
I'm not scared.
of course not.
Sure, you're not scared.
All right. Well, if
they come back, then we'll find a way to take to the skies and fight them.
That's not a bad idea.
Battleships.
We already have Serenity that's more nimble than any flying
Faster.
vessel that's ever been created.
We get more of Serenity up there.
well,
We might have a chance.
like I said, hopefully it is not a problem for a Creomon to deal with. A few fled over here before the continents were completely separated by ocean at the end of the Dragon War. But if they are being resurrected, if there are eggs, whatever the case may be, I imagine it will be a problem for Sacramon to deal with.
Which, out of game.
Alright, you ready to call Serenity and head to
I
Hague?
guess we would walk out.
Are you gonna like
In the
tell
town?
him, hey, things are gonna get real weird, real quick?
Yeah, just make sure he's in.
And he says, what? And you're like,
And is this like a one-time use only thing? Or
No, it's a permanent device. You can now call Serenity to you anytime it is away.
Everybody stay away from the windows.
to the walls?
It's like one time.
Alright, so you head out of the city and... Alright, so do you tell him to stop moving or do you let him fly?
I told him to stop moving.
To hover? Okay. Hi, Captain. Well, I guess let me know whenever...
Things are about to get really weird, and I just look at it.
Alright, so you enter the sky and you open the lens and as if coming through a portal, the ship suddenly appears in midair. It would have been kind of cool if you had him flying when it happened, because you would... What the fuck?
Well, I'm still expecting him to be kind of like, what the...
He is
where
like,
the hell am I?
Captain, ship just did something weird. Wait, is that you down there?
Yes!
Is this Palas?
It is Palas.
I need to stop drinking and flying.
No, you need to keep drinking and flying, because that's part of what makes you a good pilot.
Wait, forgot.
Very well pulled, Malcolm. Very well pulled.
Alright, so Serenity lands for you guys to get on board. The trip is about 3.5 days.
Cool, we get to fuck around.
So don't do that in the ship.
No.
Yeah.
Got it. Meditate.
The ship would just crack in half like an egg.
You're in the cargo bay, it's like the ship is sticking its head up its own ass.
inside of itself. Like,
That'd be probably a Star Trek episode.
I could make a whole fucking one-shot out of that.
Oh my god.
The Mirrorverse.
It'll be just like a maze of where parts of the ship repeat itself, and you end up running into yourself walking through different parts
So
of the
get
ship.
fidgety and just go.
That would make a fantastic Halloween one-shot, actually.
Different dimensions.
I see cat butt. Crap, I'm gonna have to
Yep.
edit that out. I don't know if
No,
YouTube
no.
will demonetize me.
For a cat butt?
Yes, I'm just joking.
You don't know that.
I mean, knowing YouTube, I wouldn't be fucking surprised they'll find any excuse.
This is inappropriate for children. It's a cat anus.
I want to actually talk to Dustin while we're flying there, actually.
2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hi.
Okay. So while you're flying, what would you like to?
So, Dustin, I think we're all kind of going to settle down a little bit here after whatever happens here. I'm thinking you might want to keep running on the ship, right?
Captain. I'm not ready to settle down. I'll keep flying this ship if you like.
we'll need to work out a different pay structure for you. How would you like a percentage, a cut of the proceeds from the ship?
I'd be very honored if you trusted me with running your affairs on the ship.
And I want you to think about reinvesting and getting more ships and more people that you can trust to run.
Start up a whole courier business, eh?
Besides, I'm still gonna be traveling around. I'm a monster hunter.
Well, of course, Serenity will always be at all of your disposal. You're at your beck and call.
Literally.
Yeah, there's only one of those.
No, I would probably travel to Malcolm's house. Hey, I need to use Serenity.
I need the flashlight thing.
Yep.
The flashlight thing.
The flashlight thing.
All right. So yeah, he agrees to.
Is there like an actual airship, like airline kind of thing?
I don't think so.
Is there a company that transports like people and stuff like that from place to place?
It's like an individual kind of basis.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
You do have your
Read a Delta.
you have like your established routes between cities, and then you have your independent captains, which actually do the bulk of carrying people around by airship. Most of it at this point is cargo.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people travel by airship yet.
We just started it.
Yep.
Make it affordable and put seats really, really, really close together.
Not really, not necessarily. Give them plenty of room, but charge them for every single bag you bring on.
I wait.
Invent stale peanuts for
Oh,
common
God.
bags.
I hated those.
You got to get all the unpleasant parts of flying in first
That's
before
why I
you
said
get
really
work out
tight
the
seats.
rest. All right. Anything else you guys deal with during the 3-day trip? All right. Moving right along. All right. So 3.5 days later, it's just afternoon. You are approaching. Oh my gosh! If I get out of Discord at all, it all disappears. Just realized I should try. Wait, where is that projector? There we go. Just realized that should be over here. Alright. But you're approaching Haim, and if you happen to be up at the cockpit as you're making your approach, you can immediately see a sea of tents and bodies ahead of you. All of the national armies have converged on this point. Camps bear the red and gold of Palhas, the blue and gold of Earrenia, the yellow and black of Rumlin, lavender and white of Teresia, as well as the banners representing the militias of Cassena and the tribes of Cartanock. A tent set far off to the right on its own hill bears the emblem of the Holy Regulators, with a swarm of hoverbikes in formation outside.
That's where we're going.
The stone army stands like a wall 5 men thick between the empty fields and the camps where the soldiers are currently resting and waiting for nightfall. At the forefront of the camps is a series of large black tents bearing various family sigils, one of which is you recognize as the House of Salas.
The vamps came here?
Huh?
All the vamps?
Some of them, yeah. Families that are loyal to Salas. In the distance, under persistent dark clouds that spins like a slow hurricane, lies the city of Haim. The walls of the city seem to squirm and writhe as if alive. But as your eyes focus on the distance, you can see that it is the army of Orcus, hugging the wall and encircling the half of the city. In addition to the undead citizens and fallen soldiers of the Iranian vanguard, you can now see the army consists of many other undead creatures, such as ogres, dire wolves, and wyverns, as well as wraiths and sprites. They seem to be chomping at the bit to get into combat, but the daylight shining on the territory they had recently lost keeps them at bay. As Duskjin bears down on the landing spot that was marked out on the map, between Serenity and the camps, you can see a line of more utilitarian-looking versions of Serenity, painted in red and gold. The troop transports that Vosser had ordered. So, he sets down at the top of a hill. This hill gives you a view of both the camps and the spot where the military will be lining up, and then the battlefield is like raked, so you can see all levels of that from your hill. Would you like to ride into the camps?
You guys think so?
So wait, the undead, they don't like the light.
Yeah, I mean,
As the sun's rising, they're retreating.
The sun's setting. Currently, they are only safe at the city because the territory that they control has a dark cloud over it. But you get that once sun sets, they will be free to come out into the battlefield.
I'm gonna have to say no to that.
Would my celestial light, when I light up my hair and use my face, would that actually
I can make it
keep
day.
them at bay?
Oh, that the picture went away again.
Oh, because I clicked out a freaking Discord. All right, so you guys want to ride into the encampment?
Yeah.
Are you riding your horse or your hover bike?
I think for this battle, I think the horse is suited.
Yeah.
So that way people know who we are.
Yep. That's
And
what I
we're
was
not
thinking.
hiding it anymore.
All right, as you ride into the Palhas section of the encampment, you are directed to Vosser's tent. Inside, you see King Vosser, the leaders of the other armies, including Salas, Ephid, a leader of the Tetsero Legion.
After we kill a whole bunch of them.
He gives you kind of a curious look as you come in, because you look just so damn vaguely familiar. Anybody
Malcolm's just gonna
anybody in law enforcement from Rumlin is just like, why do I know that face? Vosser sees you come in and welcomes you. Excellent, perfect timing.
I'm looking for the people from Berlin. People always think I look like some dead guy that they used to know.
Just throw it in their face. So they try to arrest you on the spot.
I apologize, sir. You did look familiar, but I guess you just got one of those faces.
I guess I do.
The funny thing is lore. So out of character here, lore-wise, the cosmetic surgery you got, features that were chosen for you were intentionally nondescript. You are the Gray Man. You are there's some familiarity to your original face, obviously, but the key features that were changed are things that just make you look like a forgettable face.
That's fucking great.
Or on the other coin over there, you look like everybody. Anything you want to do before Vosser gets into his spiel? Ethan is there.
No, can't think of anything.
Okay. Alright, well.
I'd love to find... I think Mako would find some way to work the word boon into the conversation. Just to fuck with Roman.
I can see you doing that. I can see you doing that.
Alright, we're planning the final assault on the city to begin tonight at sundown. Everyone gather around. First things first, when the sun sets, Salas's men will emerge from their tents and enter the field of battle through the openings created by the Stone Battalion. They'll use their advantage in speed to take out the fastest members of Orcus's army in the initial charge, pulling back when the field gets too crowded. Salas chimes in, after which point my debt is paid, and I will be hoping that everyone holds up their end of the bargain. You'll never hear from me again. Simply allow me to live. Alright, moving on. Meanwhile, the Stone Battalion will begin marching forward and will not stop. Their only concern will be moving forward. Those enemies that slip through that barrier will be the responsibility of the next in line. The more time passes, the more that will slip through the line, which will be dealt with by the soldiers of our armies. When they approach the gates of the city, the center will proceed forward to create a wedge shape, splitting Orcus's army in half.
At what point should I be able to make it day? What would make sense?
Well, I think the cloud of darkness would still protect them.
Well, at the city walls.
Yes.
They only the territory they actually.
What'd you say?
Sorry, what was that?
Cutting out a
You're
little
cutting
bit.
out.
I have a question. What happens to their army if they are introduced to sunlight?
Well, they certainly can fight in daylight, but it weakens them badly. So they tend to only assault at night, which is why we've developed a nighttime fighting schedule ourselves. We rest during the day when we know that they are not going to wander out, and we fight them
And
in their
what if
turf.
it was to stay light? Would that make it easier?
Or would it, at the opportune moment, turn it to daylight?
Yeah.
If the sun were to
Yeah, 'cause
suddenly
I'm
rise while they were out in the
confused
army
and
field, that would
turn
give
it
us a
to
great advantage. Of course, if it stays daylight, if for some reason stayed daylight, they would just simply not approach.
So we want it to be darkness
We
first.
want it to be dark.
Yeah, it would have to be darkness first, but if when they're already in battle, what if it automatically turned to daylight?
Well, would that hurt Solus's men?
Yeah. Since we're obviously at like a war table.
Salas speaks up. It would cause harm to my people as well, but again, the plan is for us to only be a part of the initial charge, taking out the fastest members of Orcus's army. After it gets too crowded, we'll be back to our tents anyway.
The second you guys pull back and are into your tents, we would like some kind of signal.
All right. Believe we can arrange some flares.
And that's your cue to...
Echo, don't you dare fucking do it.
Dark light, dark light, dark light.
I don't want to give them an advantage. I'm not going to do it.
All right. So when they approach the gates of the city, the center will proceed forward, creating a wedge, securing the city entrance, splitting Orcus's armies in half. Until the order is given to breach the city gates, Sebastian has successfully stuck men inside.
Do not take that phone from him.
Sebastian has slipped some people inside, you said?
Yes, to check on the state of the city. It does appear that it is deserted. However, we can only assume that there is a decent number of undead creatures lurking in the darkness, waiting to ambush anybody who does try to enter. Regardless, after Salas's people have cleared the field, the Holy Regulators will ride out from this hill. He marks where the Holy Regulators' tent is set up. Cutting across the field of battle, running down as many undead soldiers as they can. If it is safe to do so, they will cross for another pass, after which point they are at large, and Ethan can command them from there. By this point, the armies should be face to face. The mortal armies will deal with the undead humanoids that slip through the stone wall, while mages will keep their distance, allowing them to focus on the larger creatures such as the ogres, the direwolves, the wyverns. My personal carriers are also armed with cannons. Personnel carriers, I should have said. I'll also have a contingent of archers on board to help provide a distraction for the wyverns. Anyone have any objections to this plan? Or any part of it?
Any airships that are gonna attack?
That's what he was just saying. His personnel carriers. They are going to be in the air. And
What if we were to pull back to draw them away from the city walls to get as much of them in the daylight as possible?
the wyverns? What are you talking about specifically?
All the undead.
You want to go in before sunset and try to draw them out?
No.
During the night, draws
Once the
much
night happens, we push, get the fastest ones, whatever. Solus pulls back, and then the stone army also somewhat pulls back, so it looks like we are retreating. to draw as many of them as possible into the field of battle, away from the wall, because it will become daylight.
Okay.
And then push with that wedge that you're talking about.
All right. So feign retreat shortly after Salas has done what they can. Thinks about it for a moment. All right. We'll keep the mortal armies with a little more of a gap from that wall, allowing the stone army to move back without stepping over anyone. And then the true push forward will
once
occur.
they kind of fall back towards us.
So the signal for that, for everyone, is it's suddenly going to be daytime at night. I don't know how that's going to happen, but
That's it.
when the regulators say that something's going to happen, I tend to believe them. All right, very well. That's the adjustment. Final note of business. Regulators, I will leave the choice up to you. It sounds like you will be staying for at least a portion of the initial charge. Beyond that, it is up to you. If you wish to fly into the city and deal with Orcus while the fight remains outside of the city, perhaps splitting Orcus's attention will benefit both you and the fight out here. Or you can stand by and wait until we breach the city gates and we all march in together. Either way, I must insist that you at least wait until the fight has begun for your safety. I don't want you to have a huge target on your backs flying into the city when the fighting hasn't even started. But sounds like your plan is to stay outside for at least a little while.
What do you guys think? Should we go in by ourselves? I don't know how strong Orcus is.
I think if he's anything comparable to that fucking dragon.
I don't know if we want these guys coming into the city walls, and then Orcus just slaying a whole bunch of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that could take his attention off of us.
I think his attention will already be off of us. Just with the whole battle going around the city. But if the whole army was to get closer to him, I think he would probably
He'd have more casualties.
Yeah. It would open up people to die.
Maybe we take a small group of people with us to help fight for us in that battle. Maybe like anywhere from 5 to 10 people.
I can... Vosser hears this conversation going on, I assume. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I can definitely part with at least 10 men if you want an extra guard inside the walls with you.
Something's better than nothing. Not too big of a group to be noticed, but a big enough group.
And they'll be on the ship with you. So you can literally have them on the ship, but whenever you get to the ground, you can have a little extra defense. All right, fantastic. That throws in a...
Completely forgot to ask if we made some of those holy grenades.
Nope. All right. Well, if that is everything, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours until sundown. Anything you want to do? Last meal?
I am gonna make some Torsan fucking.
I knew it was coming.
All right.
For everybody on the Serenity's in the Serenity's kitchen.
All right. Well, you make some Ceresian toast, share a meal with your crew. Everyone's a bit
On it.
It's breakfast
Focused?
for dinner, guys.
everyone's a bit focused on the things to come, so dinner is a bit quiet. Conversations or things to deal with besides dinner?
I mean, is there any way for me to get more of those special arrows?
Yeah. You can, Lorimer is present. He can help you arrange. What are you looking to have made?
Probably anywhere from 15 to 20 of each kind.
Okay. In materials.
Do you have the materials, or
Oh, shit, I don't know.
Matt's gonna make us pay for stuff still, even though we're not gonna play more tonight.
It's resource expenditure, you know?
Oh, Should I send that message to you? Should that be like a before or after thing?
It's up to you. Whatever you think would be more impactful. I mean, it's pretty interesting handing them to him now because considering the implications of them having those during this fight.
Oh wait.
Okay. That would have been interesting. Right. So let's just say, oh, I'm not pricing this too high. Called 900 gold, and you have, how many did you want?
Anywhere from 15 to 20 of each kind.
Let's call it 20 of each design.
900 gold pocket change, bro.
Yeah, no shit.
All right.
Especially once we start getting some sponsorships with NASCAR, we're gonna be good.
Towards the end of dinner,
Allies Bazaar is gonna get every single motorbike.
Ethan proposes a toast.
Yeah, right? Does he fight? No.
No, I don't think so.
I should have been writing this shit down.
I wouldn't be surprised if Alhai has a bazaar here. He's like, oh, there's people.
There's
Might
people.
go buy stuff.
Is that a thing, Matt?
No!
All of the magical items.
It is a special occasion, so everything's 50%.
Ethan stands up and raises a glass. We all had very different lives some time ago, and today we may pay for that adventure by having those lives come to an end. I encourage everybody to take stock of everything good that they've had in their lives. My parents used to tell me, don't be sad because it's over, smile because it happened. If we die today, we die for a good cause. And one way or another, we will go down in history. To the last ride.
To the last ride.
The last ride.
That's right.
It's not about the destination, it's the journey.
Well, it's one hell of a journey it's been.
Are we gonna bring up family?
What's that?
The Fast and Furious, it's all about family.
That's not.
No. This whole thing. This airship, all of you, you're like family.
Damn it, Malcolm!
Malcolm hops into his black Dodge Charger.
Not his black motorbike.
I look over.
God damn it.
All right. If there's nothing else, yeah, every single time I click on a Discord, it just goes. Sun is setting soon. People are starting to get into formation. King Vosser does ask you, the four of you on your horses, to come up with him as he goes past the line of soldiers.
I think we'll go up with him. I'm guessing he's going to give a speech or something, or
Yep.
okay. And then
Oh, there goes the image again.
And then we'll probably jump in the airship and kind of hover and wait for the flare from Solace.
Yep. Oh, we're gonna be in the airship when that happens?
Yeah, just make sure he aims away from the airship. Because we're going to fly in and drop us off. The 11 or 12 people saving Private Ryan creating a bulkhead for us.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. So he rides the Stone Army parts so you guys can make it through. And before he turns back on his horse, he faces straight at Haim and the army of the undead. We've been fighting these bastards for 3 days. Today's the first time I've actually been nervous. Of course, he's saying this so you guys can hear him, not the soldiers. Well, I hope whatever I say is inspiring.
I'm sure whatever you say will be inspiring.
He turns his horse back towards the army. And for a moment, it looks like you can tell he does not have something prepared for this. He has not
He's gonna wing it.
been able to come up with a speech ahead of time.
So is he actually using the feat inspiring speech? So like we all get temporary hit points?
Wait, hold on.
He's not a bard. But you see he looks...
Cashin.
Huh?
It's inspirational.
Which one is that?
Okay. Silver inspiration coin. Let me...
I know I had something, I just couldn't remember what it was, and I couldn't remember what color, and I had to look at the
I don't remember what colors and stuff they are.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Might as well use this the last session.
Ew.
I think that's the only one I had. No way, I still have another one. Can I use two?
Alright, so you're wanting to use...
I have two of them!
Yeah, you got green.
Yeah, I got green and I got silver.
But you're wanting to do this to give an advantage, basically, to the entire army through the
Yes.
speech. Okay.
And I want to do the same thing.
Okay.
Well, I guess you can't do double advantage, can you?
There are no rules in the last session.
Fuck yes!
Wait, I think I have one.
Check your bag!
Yeah, I gotta check.
Alright, but he's going to go ahead and begin the speech. You notice he's looking over the field, and he's paying special close attention to the banners that are being held from the various armies in front of him. And he finally starts, he says, "Soldiers, you stand here today having already achieved history.
It's combat. That's a
Perfect
combat
time.
inspiration point.
Right.
You stand today having already achieved history. Never before have the armies of an entire continent joined together on the same side of one battle. And I know what those banners flying behind you mean to a soldier. But take one last look at those colors, and then put them from your mind. Today you will not fight or die for a flag, for a king or an emperor, not even for a nation. Our enemy has no interest in Earrenian territory. The spices of Rumlin, the breakfast foods of Teresia. That's not what I wrote down. I just had to... Or the natural resources of Cartanon. Orcus has no other goal in mind but to end all mortal life everywhere. Today we fight together for our world. The four behind me are destined to destroy Orcus. Once and for all, but they can't do that unless we deal with Orcus's army. The champions of the Fyra are depending on you. The people of Akriomand are depending on you. People across the world who have no idea of the danger they are in are depending on you. Today we fight under the banner of all mortal kind. For Fyra.
Is this where we like raise our bows
Yep.
or swords and stuff?
Yep,
And
everybody
my
breaks
bow!
into cheering.
And my axe.
At this point, the sun is just about ready to set. He gives you a nod to head back to your ship.
So yeah, we hop on the ship.
Alright, so I'm assuming you're staying off to see the initial stages of combat.
Well, yeah, we're waiting for the signal from
Yeah, before we make our move, we're gonna wait for the signal,
Solace.
then make it daylight, and then sweep in and do what we gotta do.
Yep. Alright, so sure enough, as the sun sets and the sky darkens, there's a brief moment of silence, and you feel almost a pulse come through the air as the Orcus's army suddenly starts breaking away from the wall and heading towards the Stone Battalion. The Stone Battalion opens in several places in front of the black tents, and you see just a brush of black as the vampires head out into the field and begin picking off some of the front runners from Orcus's army.
That may be creepy, but they have their advantages.
From a distance, all you can see is, like, it looks like some of these undead soldiers are just getting clotheslined as they're running forward, and suddenly their necks are splitting open and they're falling backwards. You can, like, barely see any of Salas's men at all. Oops. How long's that been going on? And after a while, like, the mass of Orcus' army begins to start crossing about the halfway point. At that point, you see a bit of a blur, and the stone army closes its ranks. Flares are launched into the air next to each of the vampires' tents.
Okay.
Zuko snaps his fingers, and you watch as the sun suddenly rises back into the sky, having no effect on Haim itself, but the battlefield is now baked in sunlight. You see a noticeable reaction from Orcus' army, and this is, of course, just after the Stone Army began to feign retreat.
This will be the first time I've used that, too, so it's a real surprise.
Yeah. Even, of course, your side of this engagement react a little bit like, holy crap.
They're like, oh shit!
But as soon as it happens and there's a brief reaction from Orcus' army, the Stone Army begins marching forward again, and that's when the Mortal Army begins to close in, get closer to the stone wall that is moving forward.
You said they had a reaction. I bet you it's this deep urge of it making a screeching noise.
Before the Stone Army can return to the point it was, you see as the Holy Regulators hover bikes are kicked into motion. You see them swoop down their hill and cut across horizontally the battlefield, and taking out glowing radiant swords and cutting down soldiers.
Soldiers with their bikes.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why we made them metal.
So I take it at this point you would like to head towards Haim. All right. You head up the ramp, order Duskchin to take off. He first flies away from the battlefield so he can get up speed as you approach the city. Who all is on board? Duskchin, yourselves, 10 soldiers from
Another guys is, what's this other... Is Kaylee with us?
I would say Kaylee's probably with
On the
us, right?
battlefield.
Or is she in the
No, I
battlefield?
would say she's probably with us, with the 10 soldiers.
And then we have a guy named Tristan, too.
Yep, Tristan. I just wanted to know if you guys were...
Yeah, he's the co-pilot, yeah.
Alright. So, Serenity arcs around and then heads back towards the battlefield.
We got other stuff too.
With a bit of flourish, Duskchin kind of buzzes the battlefield a bit, specifically coming down on Orcus' side to startle the army and kind of create some wake. Then arcs back up into the air. Oh my gosh.
What if we have him drop us off?
And then he just flies to the crowd.
The 10 soldiers man the cannons on this motherfucker and just start firing into them from behind.
Why don't we take a couple? How many cannons do we have? I thought we only had like 6.
We have like 3 or 4 on each side.
What are you wanting to
How
do?
many cannons do we have?
You've got 6. Well, plus the big front cannon.
What are these people going to do for us, Jake?
They moving targets away from us.
They're like level 4 NPCs, dude.
Yeah, but that's damage that we won't have to take.
What is the are you wanting to do something specific while you're on here?
I'm talking about having these guys man the cannons on Serenity and firing into the undead army from over top Haim from behind.
Are you talking about like after you're dropped off or something?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an option.
That's what I'm thinking, but I want us consensus. I'm not just gonna tell them that's what to do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm game for it, but if there's guys that are just going to be standing around, we take them with us.
For what? Orcus is going to kill them immediately.
Less hit points we have to deal with.
Oh, jeez.
Are you sure your character?
The ultimate
What's your
sacrifice.
alignment again exactly? Because that's not chaotic neutral. That's kind of chaotic evil.
Oh,
Circle being like,
glory. I must.
You're chaotic neutral.
Whatever.
All right.
I would 100% love to see you.
Well,
One of us play.
Serenity arcs back up over the wall of the city, and as it crosses over the wall, Zuko, you recognize the familiar sensation of crossing through a planar portal, but this one feels a little bit different. You get the sensation that you are simultaneously both in the realm of the dead and in the mortal realm.
That fucking staff.
And
Don't we have that?
I thought we had it.
I thought we lost it.
I thought it was in the wizard store.
I could have sworn it was in the business room.
yeah, I can't remember exactly what you guys did with.
I'm pretty sure it was in the wizard store. I wanted to carry it around town, and they told me not to because we have to put it in the wizard
Well,
store.
regardless, there's probably like another thing like that here. Or
It's possible you gave that to
Or to the.
them, or you might have given it to the knights at the fort because it was really useful to them.
Yes, we did. We gave it to Jon Snow.
So, where are you guys on the ship as it's flying into the city?
I'm like by the back door ready to
Yeah, the cargo bay where it's gonna open. We're ready to depart.
Interesting. So all of you are standing in the cargo bay.
I have a bad feeling about this now.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so there's some okay, I guess I can just leave out this part of the description because nobody can see it.
I mean, Dustin's up there.
Tell she
Yeah, he can see it.
He can call back.
If you were in the
Aye, sir.
Okay, so I guess he could pass it down the description. Once crossing the city walls, the city's suddenly larger. It is a somewhat mirror image of its mortal realm self, but it's also somehow bigger and looks much more corrupted and alive. You hear a familiar hiss-like growl outside the walls of the ship, and there is a sudden hard jolt, not like turbulence that you've experienced before, but like something has hit the ship.
Like a rock. Bigger.
Something very heavy, and that's about all you can really tell. But the entire ship tilts like 45 degrees very violently.
Shit.
And then for a few moments there is just the sound of the ship flying again, and then bam, there's another hit.
This bitch hit hard good.
Should we just? So I guess I call up to Dustin and ask him what's going on.
There's a brief moment of delay, as if he's having a hard time getting a hand free to answer you. Captain, I think we've drawn some attention to ourselves.
They're dragons.
Bam, another hit. One of the wyverns caught us going over the wall. It followed us.
Shit.
There's another
Can we use the cannon to blast it?
heavy bang. You didn't have anybody assigned to the cannons at the moment?
Fuck.
I didn't say all of them, you motherfucker.
There's another hard hit, and this time you feel the entire ship turn sideways in regards to its momentum.
Jesus.
And there's a loud groaning sound as you feel a kind of like weightlessness.
Oh, Jesus. They're going down.
Then there's a loud bang on the bottom of the ship and the sound of scraping wood.
And we wake up not knowing anything.
As the belly of the ship scrapes across the ground, you can feel the ship do about 360-degree turn. Hold on, let me check something here. Where are my percentile guys?
I've got one right here.
I need both sets of the percentile.
So what do we need?
Oh wait, nope, I got it. There's a set.
I don't like that one.
All right, the ship slows to a stop. What would you like to do?
Ship's haunted. I'm guessing these wyverns or whatever are going to keep trying to get into the ship.
Yeah.
I guess I'd ask Dustin if it's like fully down, or if Sorny can get back up again if we lure the wyverns away.
You send that message to the cockpit. You wait a few moments. There's no response.
Shit.
Give the guy a fucking promotion, and look what happens. Don't give somebody a promotion, big guy.
What do you do?
I'm gonna go check on him. We gotta go check on him.
We don't got time to check
I
on
don't
him.
have time.
Kaylee, go.
Figure it out.
Please go. Take some soldiers and see if Dusk and Jose. Okay.
Alright. Are you opening the doors and getting out of the ship, or? Yeah. Okay.
She takes like 2 or 3.
Yep.
We take the rest.
You head down the ramp. Are you on horseback? Or are you on your bike?
Horseback.
I think it'd be more beneficial to be on my bike.
Okay, faster.
Yes, go fast and leave the 3, the 4 soldiers and us behind to fight everything. That sounds like a great plan.
I could become invisible too if you like. I'm close.
Alright, who's at the bottom of the ramp first?
I'll be at the bottom of the ramp first.
Okay, perception check.
Ooh.
Not good.
It's not terrible, but it's not good. Where is it? Okay, so 15 total.
Alright, you take a look around as you get to the bottom of the ramp. In one direction, you can see what appears to be the remains of what was probably a Temple of the Black Star, obvious location of where Orcus is. Looking the other direction, you see why Dustin has not answered. It appears that as the ship hit the ground, he did not brace himself enough to keep himself from being thrown from his seat through the cockpit window. He is laying about 100 yards down the street the opposite direction from the temple.
So I yell back to Kaylee where he's at.
Yeah.
She is just reaching the cockpit at this point where the Vox Caspa
She
is.
probably sees him.
She calls back, she looks out, she says, I see him, can you get him back here?
Alright, at that point, I probably swoop out
With the bike and grab
with the
him.
bike, grab him, throw him behind me, and come back.
Alright. Alright, so you head down to at full speed. We're just gonna go through this narrative pretty much. So you speed out ahead as soon as you realize what's going on.
Final Fantasy X battle music, really?
Yeah.
Love it.
Speed down the roads. After you get about halfway, you can see undead pouring out of some of the nearby buildings, and you realize it's a good thing you moved when you did, because they're getting ready to swarm him.
Yeah.
Second set of movement, most of the undead are with about, say about 50 yards away from him. As you reach him, what would you like to do?
50 yards away is pretty far.
Decent amount. Just are.
I mean, I think my goal is to get him back to the ship.
So-
it's quote-unquote safe.
All right, so you're just grabbing up his limp body, tossing it over the back of the bike, and taking off.
I would think that would be the best plan of action.
All right, so
While
Zuko.
he's doing that, can we say that I'm trying to get Tristan to check and see if they can get this thing back in the air?
Yes. So you're gonna go talk to Tristan to see if he can get the ship back up. By the way, while you're down at the bottom ramp, you see no more sign of the Wyvern. It looks like his goal was to just get your ship out of the sky. You swoop him up, get him on the back of the bike, and take off. By the time you're moving again, most of these undead are like pouring in behind you, filling the street.
Jesus, it's like a Walking Dead movie.
Mm-hmm.
Run for your life.
Some of them are within, say, 40, 50 feet of you.
Damn.
As you're heading back, anything you want to do, or you just want to bolt?
Oh.
I mean, my bike's metal, so I mean, if anything gets in the way, I'll just mow them over.
Okay. Well, most of them are behind you, so...
Yeah.
Alright, so you see Zuko coming back with a swarm of undead
They're so
chasing after him.
Almost from the World Z or something like that.
You make it back to the ship by this time. Tristan says it's going to take a while, but the ship will keep us safe until I am able to get it flying again. Kaylee is downstairs by this point. When you reach the bottom of the ramp, she looks him over a second before she pulls him off the bike. She does not look optimistic. So I'll do everything I can to take care of him.
We might have lost our pilot.
So she said so Tristan said the ship will be fine until we get back.
Yep. He'll try to get it flying by, but the ship will protect them from both the swarm, and there's no sign of the wyvern anymore, so. But he said it will take a little while to get the ship up and running again.
So that means that's our cue to get off this thing and start heading towards the Temple of the Black Star.
Yeah.
Alright, so Serenity is now a fort. Alright, so you head down the street away from the swarm. Serenity's gangplank is pulled up, and it has become a fort. You head in the direction of the old Temple of the Black Star. As you approach the front steps that lead up to the big ornate double doors, you see that the doors are essentially sealed with these like black branches. And just as you're thinking, how in the hell are we going to get in there, there is a shake in the ground, and the paved area in front of the steps crumbles into a slab that points straight down. Most of you are almost pulled in, but you manage to take a step back. What do you do?
The hell? I don't think we're supposed to go through it. I don't think we're supposed to go through it.
Well, I think that's the way in.
Yeah, that appears to be the only way to get in. In a way, it looks like Orcus is inviting you.
Well, I would jump off my horse. Since it's angled down, it's probably going to be a bit too steep for a horse to ride safely down.
Yep, that's sensible.
I throw a rock down it.
Oh yeah, into the abyss.
The abyss.
I want to see how far down this goes.
The end of the slab appears to be about 30 feet.
Okay.
I just go down yelling Orcus as I do.
You bastard.
I'm pissed now.
I fall behind Malcolm.
The other reason I'm throwing a rock down there is to make sure there's no traps.
Alright, see, now I am going to have an excuse to use both.
Oh boy. Oh.
You all head down the slab. To where it stops and starts slanting back up into the Temple of the Black Star. Once you've made it into the building again, you see there's a smaller set of double doors that leads into the central cathedral area. And once you reach inside, you realize the building has crumbled away for the most part. But outside of this room does not look like the city. This looks like pure Land of the Dead. That dark, slow hurricane-looking black cloud above, barren wasteland on either side. In the darkness, in the back of the cathedral, you can see a large, vaguely humanoid shape, very bulbous and winged, horned, bearing a large club. Its face is like a tentacle with one large red eye and sharp teeth, a very long, lashing tongue. And he speaks to you. I gave you every chance. Your destiny was to end Mantis. Your job was complete. And yet you still insisted on coming after me. How much have you lost getting this far?
Enough to
We've
piss us
only
off.
lost things that you have taken from us.
Those won't be the last.
They will.
Roll for initiative.
I fucking love you.
I thought you should have shot first.
Can
Alright.
you take care of this one?
Okay, yep. Hold on, let me write a note so I know when to stop.
Fuck time.
It's what, proficiency plus my... What is our proficiency now? 17. Can that go up? It did, so it's plus 6. Plus my dex is plus 11, plus 16 to hit. The second one.
16 to hit?
Yeah.
Wait, have you done the damage from the first one yet?
No.
Oh, so you're just getting all your hits. 16 is a miss.
16 is?
18 and 13.
That was close. 24 and 29.
24 and 29?
Yeah.
Both of those hit.
So 3 hits and 1 is a critical. So it's 1 extra d10 for the holy damage, right?
Yep.
So 1 d10 plus another d10 for holy.
Yep.
That sucked.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be 1s, but
Still.
so 9 and that's 12 for the critical, or 12 plus the full damage of the 10. So 22. And then does the holy one do full damage too on the critical?
Yep.
So that's another 20. So 30, 32.
32 total?
Yep, for the critical. Uh, 14 and 17 damage for the second hit. Is the holy double?
Yes, the holy is double.
So I'll call that the 3. So that's actually 19. The first one, I guess, would be an extra 10 plus. I'll just do the extra 10 since it's the holy critical is double.
10.
The blue one is the normal fires. The right one's the holy. So 17, 15, and then 35.
35. Alright, is that everything?
That's my first attack.
And how many of those do you get?
I get 2 action surges. I'm going to use 1 right now.
Okay. Not bad.
22 and 26. Then 18 and 18.
I'm sorry, those were to hits?
Yeah.
What was the first one?
21 and 26.
21 and 26 hit.
And then 18 and 18.
18 and 18 do not.
So that's 11, 15, and 14.
So what was the total? Easier if you
15 and 14, so 29.
29.
And that's it for me.
Alright, so Malcolm opens up with a flurry of radiant.
Bonus action reload.
Flurry of shots, and you're used to the black of gun smoke being the primary feature of his shots, but these bullets ignite with radiant energy as they are firing out of his gun and strike Orcus right in the torso. You notice, of course, as these first few hits seem to do some sort of damage to the outer shell, but there's no sign of blood or anything else. Zuko, it is your turn. Where do you want to move? Or
The other side.
okay, so you want to hop up the stairs? Nice, kind of a flanking deal.
A little bit, yeah, that back.
Just divide and conquers. That way, if he has like some kind of huge attack, he
ranged
won't.
people on each side. Kind of like
Just kind of like messing with my OCD that they're
Right there.
Wait,
facing
what?
the right direction. There we go. I couldn't get Zuko to face the right direction for some reason.
Well, the biggest thing is too, like we learned with the dragon, they can hit multiple people at once.
If you're on this photo, we might as well fan out.
God, the first turn of that dragon fight almost killed Echo. Didn't you have like 2 HP left, Echo? Last
Yes.
fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, we found out later the reason that her health was so low is she hadn't been leveling it up properly.
God.
Yes.
She wasn't adding in her constitution.
You weren't gonna tell him!
Alright, Zuko, what do you want to do?
He ratted you out, sweetheart. Sorry.
I'm gonna use a lightning arrow,
Lightning, okay.
and then I think because I'm using a regular, like a lightning arrow, I think I still get the radiant damage with it too.
Yeah, the lightning would replace the regular standard part of the damage, and then you would also add in the radiant. So the radiant is going to be doubled.
19.
19 is a miss. So as you fire the first arrow, he actually just whacks it out of the air with his wand.
I like this. Same thing,
Okay.
and that one misses too.
That one misses too.
That's probably those first ones.
Yeah.
No, guys, we can't miss him.
After Malcolm's flurry of shots, Zuko tries to take advantage of his distraction. Without even looking, Orcus just goes whack whack! Knocks the arrows out of the air. That brings us to his turn.
He doesn't even have to do it. He's just standing there and his just wings just kind of flap and just knock your arrows out. Just in their normal
goes through
flapping
the
motions.
Alright. Okay. Dang it. Another freaking dead marker.
Marker's about to be as dead as Orcus.
100.
Orcus is about to be as dead as that marker.
Alright, so for Orcus's turn, he raises his staff, and you hear the tiles beneath, around you splitting open.
What?
As 1,
What?
2, 3, 4, and we'll throw an archer for good measure.
Yeah.
Skeletons appear from the ground. Alright. We'll call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so they have to be commanded. Alright, fair enough. Alright, Zuko.
What? These guys like crawled out of the ground?
Yep.
Do we get an advantage attack on them?
No, they were the ones who took you by surprise.
Damn it.
Oh, there we go. Where'd it go?
I'm trying, guys. Really.
We know you are.
Alright. Zuko first, the one that popped up next to you takes a swing at you. 14 plus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 18 to hit.
Exactly.
4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Mira, the one next to you, attacks. Oh, wait, that's at the bottoms. 10 to hit.
You missed, bitch.
Echo, the one next to you. 10 to hit.
Curiosity, are we in dim lighting?
You are actually immediately at the door. There are braziers right there, so at the moment you are in full light.
Darn.
Okay, well, either way, it doesn't hit. Had to double check.
Alright. And then Malcolm, the one next to you. 12 to hit.
Misses.
Alright, the one with the bow is going to pick one of the ranged fighters. 14 to hit Malcolm. That's too low. Okay, alright, they all miss. That's Orcus's turn. Mira, you're up.
Ethereal trap.
Huh? What?
Ethereal trap.
Ooh.
Fucker.
Ooh, okay, alright. So you're placing it right where you're standing?
And no, right where he's fucking standing. Because it affects him. And because I'm past level 10, he takes 1d6 radiant damage.
Okay. Alright.
And the only way he can dispel it if he passes a wisdom saving throw, which you never actually put anything for it. So I don't know what he needs to.
It should be your spell.
It'd be your spell saving throw.
Which I don't even remember.
30 foot to the trap creatures.
Yes.
Yeah,
We have to be touching you.
I have to touch you.
So he's gotta touch it. He's gotta touch it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like the sea from Supernatural.
It's
I
one.
have to touch
That's better than that. It's 1d6 radiant damage times half of your huntsman level. So what is your huntsman level?
Say what?
Guess on yourself.
I don't remember.
How do I do that?
You get extra.
Well, like, how do I use it?
So
I have a post-it note that just says haste.
okay.
Just touch Malcolm and say haste.
No. Oh wait, it's a living creature you can see within range, but I would say just cast on yourself. Because what you do, you get a
13. So 1d6 times 13. Remember that.
1d6
you get advantage
times.
on dexterity.
Yeah. So whatever the result is, multiply by 13.
And you get additional action on each of your turns.
So I can have 3 shots and stuff, too.
All right. So he's restrained, right?
Yep. You can't move,
For
bitch.
how long?
Goodness gracious, she may have just made this fight super easy for you guys.
It's 1
You're
minute,
welcome.
which is like 10 rounds.
Just like
I have to pee-pee.
It is concentration, so if something hits you, you have to be checked.
I'll be right back.
Okay, that's fairly easy. All right. So
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Seriously. I gotta pee.
So yeah, I would cast haste on yourself, then you get 3 bow attacks.
yeah. So we need that.
Yeah.
Especially since I've been. This has not been nice to me lately.
But thank you for offering. But I think it would be best utilized for yourself, because you want to cast the one person.
Yeah.
Although, it's a concentration spell, I would say haste is probably still better, but Hunter's Mark. You've never used
I
Hunter's
think
Mark?
I've used it once.
The ranger I have with the other campaign in is a Moose Hunter, which is pretty freaking awesome subclass. You get extra damage on your first turn. As long as nobody's attacking you.
all right, I'm just double checking something because I think you have to actually go up to him to do that, which you can. Just want to check if you have to move.
Can't remember. Haven't used it. Had it all for fucking years. Haven't used it.
Ethereal trap. I think you used it a couple times.
I did.
Yeah, I used it in the fight against those ghosts at the memorial, the old destroyed fort.
Also, I think that was like upstairs around that time. Like, when we were remote.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were probably remote at that point.
Maybe like
Is that a homebrew spell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I I wanted to be a witcher. When you can't be a witcher, you name me a witcher.
You found some shit.
There we
I
go.
wish I had something up my sleeve that Matt forgot we had for like 2 years. But I don't. Pretty sad.
Yep, you have to run up to him to do that.
Okay, fine. I'll do that.
All right, so there's going to be an opportunity attack real quick. Or 19 to hit.
That hits.
All right, so as you run, 8 points of piercing damage. All right, so it's probably a little past your actual range, but I'll let you get up to it in the void.
I think you just moved mine.
Oops.
Oh no, that's Mira. This is you.
Okay.
All right, so you cast Ethereal Trap. What is your Wisdom save?
What was this do?
Or your spell save.
Is that on my actions? That's on my spells.
I think it's under your spells.
Save DC is 18.
18 with Wisdom.
What? With oh wait, do I have to add wisdom to that?
No, you said it's a Wisdom saving throw, right?
Yeah.
Half this.
He fails.
You're mine, bitch.
All right, so he takes 1d6 times 13, right?
Yep.
So roll 1d6 times 13.
Something. DC isn't very high.
I've got
52.
52.
52.
divine
All right.
passing as well.
All right, that's your turn.
I have these two.
So that counts as a attack.
Arrows are
As an action.
That's an action, so that means I can't attack.
Right.
Okay, correct. Okay, cool.
they're not effective.
All right, so he gets to try that Wisdom saving throw again on his next turn. Echo, it is your turn.
I would like to shadow step into a shadow. That is closer to Orcus.
Okay, so you've got here, here, here.
The middle one,
Could be useful.
between the three that you just
So
showed.
you Misty step. Oh wait, okay, so you're gonna step into the
Shadow
darkness.
step.
Okay. Well, so yeah, you can step out of that light without triggering the opportunity attack. So you reappear here. You are still
Okay.
virtually invisible. Not entirely invisible, but very
How
light
far is
perceived.
Orcus?
And Mira's hitting it already, so
Like
that's
20 feet.
sneak attack.
Yep.
So it's flanked.
I'm gonna use my short bow.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
I love Chipotle, but for some reason it did not agree with me. Could be both of them.
30.
30.
Yeah.
That's a hit.
Voice.
And do I have the my oh my gosh. My armor adds 1d4 necro. Do I add that on top of it?
Yep.
Okay. Of the normal damage?
That's correct.
1d. That's 1d4. That's d6. Okay. 10 normal damage and 3 necrotic. So 13 damage.
13 damage.
Yep.
All right. You added your sneak attack to that, right? Okay.
Yes. Oh no, I didn't actually.
Yep.
What is sneak attack again?
What's it at her level? How many? You looking it up?
What's that?
What's her sneak attack now?
Oh, I you level her up in D9.
Yeah.
Sneak attack. Where are you, sneak attack? 9d6.
Jeez. Okay.
Imagine if you critical on it.
11.
You could just metagame, just like random gods and damage him. Oh, it's not.
Oh, wait. This is your first attack, right?
Yeah.
For her, yeah.
She gets to take 2 turns.
That's fucking great.
If you're not surprised, you can take 2 turns during the first round of any combat. You take your first turn at your normal initiative, and your second turn at your initiative -10.
Oh wait, so she was supposed to do it earlier?
No.
So what were they supposed to do?
-10 on the next turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you get another turn in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. And
So I'm not sure what she rolled for initiative, but like 9 from that.
no, not really?
-1.
Really?
So she go last again this round.
Oh, okay, so she gets to go twice in a row. Yep.
22 plus 13, which I believe is
35.
yeah.
Yeah, 35.
You guys.
All right. And your second turn.
I'm gonna do another short bow attack.
All right.
Okay, so 23.
23 hits.
Okay. 8, 5.
One ugly ass motherfucker.
11 plus.
So did you like get to create him, or was it an actual like?
Okay, so
This is
that's
figuring out
11
that
normal
that takes
damage
my
plus.
design of my Orcus off of what I have. Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I said that's 11 normal damage plus 3 necrotic damage.
Okay.
14.
Did you get a sneak attack on there too?
Yeah, you get sneak attack damage on that one as well.
I guess it's technically a second turn for you, not 2 turns, not 2 actions in the same turn.
So hella more damage.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, everybody, your attacks have advantage on him right now
Okay.
until he breaks free of that ethereal trap.
I got something for
And. Ah. For 27 added on top of the yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Yep.
So, top of the next round. Malcolm. You also attack with advantage because. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me.
Original layer action happened.
Legendary action. 17th level. Alright, at the end of Echo's turn, since he does not need to move for this, he is going to.
Kick me around the face.
He might.
Teabag you while standing up.
He is going to go after Echo, casting Shield Touch. Let's see, ranged spell attack.
You guys aren't fucking cool, sir.
What is spell attack? Okay. 27 to hit.
That actually hits.
Yeah, that.
To hit who?
That's fantastic.
Oh.
Alright, that is
which is surprising because I'm in the dark. I'm in a shadow, so my armor class is up.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay.
What's uncanny dodge?
Oh, yeah, uncanny dodge. I forgot about that.
She takes half damage.
+5 + 7 equals. Alright, so he raises his wand in your direction, and a skeletal arm comes out of the ground and just wraps its fingers around your heart, doing half of 28 points.
27.
14.
Huh?
You said 27.
When did I say 27?
She said half of 28, which is 14.
14.
She said 27 a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, does half of whatever 20, half of 28 necrotic damage, and you cannot regain any hit points until the end of Orcus's next turn. So throughout the course of this next turn, the spectral hand is still got its hand on your heart.
Wonderful.
No. No, I'm not listening to another friend like that. No. You can go fuck yourself. Orcus can go fuck yourself.
Alright,
Now, top of the round,
yep, top of the round.
I'm going to attack with a disarming shot.
Disarming shot.
30 to hit. So he has to make a DC 19 strength saving throw or drop his wand and he gets pushed 10 feet away from him.
Yes.
Okay. What was the save again?
DC 19, strength saving throw.
Strength saving.
I can't listen to the combat music without picturing coming out into the scene.
22?
19, so yeah, 22 passes.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
That's but I still do damage.
Actually, kind of what I was hoping he would fail. Wait, does he have the option of failing a saving throw?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't actually know the effect, so he wouldn't have seen the advantage, just me as the DM did. If he'd gotten pushed.
Well, he wouldn't get pushed.
It's
The-
with
Oh, it gets
wand.
pushed. Okay, gotcha. I thought he was going to get pushed out of the circle.
No.
So that's 14, 22 damage for the hit.
22 to hit, you said?
No, 22 damage.
Okay.
For that hit.
Let me know what I missed.
I'm going to try to disarm the shot again. 4 times I can do it. Ooh, they got for advantage. 27 to hit.
Oh, that's why you're rolling too?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
27 hits, and I need to make the saving throw again?
Yes.
18?
Fails.
Okay, so he drops the wand and it's pushed how far away?
10 feet. So he can just turn around and pick it back up. That's 23 damage.
23 damage. Alright.
Next attack, 16 and 14, neither one of those hits. 21 to hit?
21 to hit?
Yeah.
Yep, that's enough.
29 damage. Well, that's it. I'm saving my other action surge.
Okay. Okay, at the end of your turn. Oh shit. Skeletons collapse as his wand is knocked out of his hand.
Nice.
I didn't know that was gonna happen, but hey,
It kind of worked in our favor.
I mean, he's waving that shit around at people, so I'm like,
How big is this wand? Could we pick it up and try to use it?
It's bigger than you.
So it'd be like Mickey Mouse picking up a paintbrush.
Yep, pretty much, but a bit heavier. Alright, so end of your turn.
What about that skeleton hand in her chest? Since he doesn't have the wand, does that go away?
The spell is the spell.
Okay.
I don't see anything, but the skeletons he raised are specifically attached to the wand. The spell has been cast, so I don't think that would be undone.
well, is it a concentration spell?
It's just an innate ability of the wand. That's why I said the with the ruler, so I almost missed the fact that it would be taking them out. Or,
That's it.
Well, I shot his wand away. I'm not sure if you caught that or not.
I thought he succeeded.
I did.
he tried it again, and this time Orcus failed. And all the skeletons collapsed as the wand came out of his hand, so...
Oh, that's awesome. Nicely done.
Even though we could just turn around and pick it back up, but
And I did somewhere close to like 80 damage.
He really has an obsession with Cars 3. You figure he wouldn't. But again, he's 3. I'm just
It's looking more and more like we're gonna have a recap session.
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Sorry.
That's okay. Like I said, at least it'll be remote, and we can. And it honestly won't. It'd probably be like a hour-long session.
Probably even do it next week or something.
Yeah, that could work.
And we just talk. I mean, I kind of already told you what I think Zuko will be doing anyway, so.
Yep. And I just want to give some feedback and what's going to be happening over the course of the rest of your lives. What's the distance on the tail attack? Alright, frustrated that he can't go anywhere and he doesn't have his wand at the moment. He makes a tail attack on Mira, which is her range. $27 to hit.
27 hits me for sure.
Huh?
Yeah.
You spend a superior die and roll it to add it to your
Tracy now.
17.
So if you roll a superior die is what? D8?
Yeah.
Or is it D10?
D10.
Either one's not gonna get you there.
Okay.
You won't?
Alright, I'll take
Okay.
You should roll a full 10, I believe, to be 27. I just don't think it's worth the superior die.
Yeah.
That's worth this 10.
12 points.
Tell me again.
Oh, wait, hold on. 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 20 points of piercing damage plus 12 points of poison damage.
Ouch.
Ow.
Sorry about those.
So is it just poison damage, or is she poison?
It just says poison damage.
So, I just lost 32 points of
Alright, Zuko, it's your turn.
To experience
Oh,
the
shit.
poison.
I think a couple times.
I just made a mistake.
Ah,
I accidentally pressed heal instead of damage, so now I can't remember where my life was.
Just damage. Just do damage twice of whatever we're next on the field.
It was 32. I lost
So then
32.
you'll damage.
So do damage and then 64. We'll take away the 32 you healed and the 32 you're supposed to use.
Yeah, or just hit damage 32 and then damage 32 again.
so you're undoing the healing and then doing the damage you were supposed to do.
I accidentally pressed heal on D&D Beyond rather than.
Yeah, so you hit the damage twice.
Or did it bring you all the way back up to full hit points?
It had brought me back up.
Ah, okay, so it's hard to say where she would
I can't
do.
remember what was the hit points they had.
I would just do the 32 damage then. It's fine. Not a huge deal.
I was like, click, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, wait a minute, why did I go back up?
Alright, so Zuko, your turn.
I only have 2 more rounds.
Haze on myself.
What's that?
Haze.
Haste, okay.
So then that gives me another action at this point, right?
And it's plus 2 bonus to DC.
Okay, yeah. And then I have these arrows that I've had for fucking ever. You probably have better notes than I do. They're adamantine or something.
Adamantite,
Okay. Adamantine.
not effective in the sun.
Which we're not in the sun, so. And then I wrote, if it hits, it's an automatic crit. 18, 19, or 20. Critical. And I'm assuming I would also add my radiant damage to these as well.
You said adamantine rounds?
Yeah. Or adamantite arrow, not round.
Oh. Oh, okay, gotcha.
I got these a long time ago.
Crits on 18, automatically crits on objects when hit. Effects are canceled out in direct sunlight. So basically, it's a much more accurate arrow, or can break through your armor really easily. So if you get 18 to hit or higher, it's a critical.
Like that's what what I roll, no matter what his AC is.
Right, 18 becomes the same thing as a nat 20.
Okay, and then because he's still trapped, I get advantage.
Advantage. Yep.
Are you shitting me? A 17. That's a 7. Yeah, 17.
Okay. 17 is a miss.
Okay, and then
More attacks, buddy.
that was 1. Yeah. Isn't haste an action?
Oh, haste is a bonus action.
It's a bonus action. Okay.
Double check. I'm pretty sure it's a bonus action.
So then I'll do the same round.
Okay.
Ryan, I can't with these dice.
Dude, we'll be.
Oh, you are in serious trouble when you guys get to the heart.
If I do like 8 hits in all 8 of them, that's like, does that count for him too?
Like they're rolling the same exact, so that one missed you too.
Okay. I switched D20s there.
Haste is an action, actually, so you would have a third attack.
I wasn't. Okay.
But you're still under haste the next round, so you get. Yeah.
You cast haste on yourself was an action,
And then I search other actions. 2 actions that. Roll the dark D20. I'm just kind of over all of the bullshit here.
and then now it's Mira's turn, I think.
Orcus's turn? Yep. Alright, so first he's going to try to. Actually, you know what? No, he's just gonna. That should probably be the end of the turn anyway. Alright, so he's gonna reach back and grab his wand.
And that's an action.
Yeah, 2 more.
That's a free action.
Oh,
Damn it!
bastard.
One of you guys dropped your swords.
An object interaction is a free action.
Yeah, you guys.
Come on.
If you dropped your weapon within arm's reach, I wouldn't
I was
try
gonna
to
say,
take your
like,
action.
if I was able to push him way further than that, there could be a case made that he had to like stumble around for it or something, but
Yeah.
Let me check how this
he has to
works.
use action to get all those skeletons back or something.
Actually, he can't get those skeletons back. Not in mass. He only that ability's once a day.
Aw,
So
poor Orky.
Are you gonna mock him?
Not yet.
Not yet. A little too early
It'd be
for
so
that.
funny if somebody had vicious mockery.
he aims his wand at you, Malcolm,
Of course.
Of course.
and speaks in a tongue that you don't quite understand that brings a chill to your bones. How many hit points do you have?
219.
219?
It's half.
Don't say that.
219. Really? That's how high you've gotten? Lucky you. Spell does not have effect.
Really?
You have to have 100 hit points or fewer.
Oh, I got waiting for 100.
Oh yeah.
Well, that was wasted. That was, that was power word kill, by the way.
Wow. Permadead.
I was going to nerf it to make it so that he could still be saved, like give him the death saving throw, since you guys don't have a cleric. That wouldn't be fair.
We don't have a
Wow.
You guys don't have a cleric on your team, so there would be nobody to revive him.
Yeah, not. Well, like,
So I would have nerfed it so you guys could like get him a healing potion or he could pass the saving throws, but the spell had no
That's a
effect.
dick move.
I mean, he's probably pretty pissed at me.
yeah.
I've done a pretty good chunk of damage, knocked his wand away from him,
Alright, that's his turn. Mira?
First,
hit him with your sword, girl.
hey, I can do that.
Don't be dicking around with no
Oh
fire.
wait, hold on, I need to check to see if he...
We're gonna be fireballed.
Hold on, what's your wisdom, or your spell DC? Never mind, I don't think he passes.
18.
15. Dang it. Alright, so it's 1d6 times 13. Get that damage before you turn in.
1d6 what?
1d6 times 13
Holy shit!
is the radiant damage he takes because he's in their trap.
52 again.
52?
Holy crap!
Nice. That's the gift that keeps on giving. I'm sure he's not thrilled about that.
It's like, oh,
Alright, first I would like to use second as far as my move.
Okay.
first. Both moves.
That'll hit.
You got advantage.
Wait, I can roll again?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in your trap.
Oh, there you go.
30.
Okay, that definitely hits.
Yeah, you put that trap on him has made this kind of this right now.
Just give it a second.
What's that trap breaks?
Only 9 damage?
Yours.
I'm just picking on you, man. The fucking dice, man.
I know. I hit twice in a row.
I know. I watched it.
How much damage?
Session with 5-5.
Well, I used the wrong thing because I'm going two-handed.
And this was my good dice.
Scratch that 18.
Did you double the radiant damage? Don't you get radiant damage, or is it fire damage?
It's radiant damage, but how bad?
It probably doesn't separate.
Isn't it 2d10 radiant damage. So I have to roll 2d10s now.
Then double that.
6.
So 12?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, getting close here.
No, I mean 6, because you said double it.
Oh,
Why did I roll
okay.
again? Stop it! Stop rolling! Nobody keep me from this shit!
Alright, second attack?
Sacred Flame. He has to make a saving throw of 15. Dexterity saving throw of 15.
22.
Motherfucker.
Should have hit him again.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he would have disadvantage on that anyway, wouldn't he? Because he's restrained.
Yeah.
Disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, yeah. 6. Okay, he failed.
And 7 points more on radiant damage.
7 points of radiant damage?
Double.
That's double?
No, so that's 14.
14. Okay.
And I would like to back the fuck up. No, I
He's
can't.
gotta get an attack on you if you back up.
Damn it. Okay.
Yep, I will just stay where you are.
Second one.
Second one.
You get HP back. My turn.
Yes. Yeah. I have to do that my next turn, though, wouldn't I?
That's a bonus action.
That's a bonus action.
Brain fart. Alright, so at this point, what you would call his skin, it just looks like cobblestone with these radiant cracks in it. Like beams of light coming out of each place where the skin is broken. Echo, your turn.
Am I able to shadow step again?
Yeah, you can, I believe it's just a bonus action. You can do it at any time.
Okay, I would like to shadow step into his shadow.
So based on the lighting, I would say he, in reality, probably has like, what was he, 1, 2, 3?
Like right next to him. Like
Okay,
in
so you
front of Mira.
Okay. Alright.
And then I'd like to use my shadow dagger.
Okay. Of course, technically that's 2 attacks because you have the regular attack and then the offhand.
He's
Okay.
moving.
Huh?
He's moving.
Oh, it's just the floating idle animation.
Oh. I didn't realize you could do that.
25.
25? That's it.
Yep.
So the first one has sneak attack damage.
Yep. That's...
This feels oddly appropriate for him, the Ganon theme. Do you need an abacus or a blackboard? Supercomputer.
I'm writing all the numbers down.
Oh, Jesus. You know what would be crazy? If I threw, like, my quiver at him and got him to, like, hang on something, and then threw the bag of holding into the quiver.
I don't think we can go that far.
I don't think we could go that far.
It'd be cool.
It would be cool.
There was a story of Crit Crap where I believe it was the paladin that actually did open 2 bags of holding at the same time to trap himself in a dragon to make sure his friends got away. It was interesting. They actually had a little bonding moment when they're both trapped in the dimension. Because like the dragon was caught off guard.
Okay, 42 damage altogether, and then plus 3 necro damage. Necrotic damage.
Alright, he is starting to look really fucking rough. The avatar is anyway.
And then... You know I have the second one as well. That's the wrong dice. I just... Like, that's really low. So the second one I got a nat 20.
Okay.
Second dagger I got a nat 20.
Alright.
At least close the attack.
Yep.
Lucky for Orcus, not for him.
Yeah.
That's a crit, right? How do you do that?
So, dagger is 1d4, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't.
Plus whatever she rolls.
Yeah, so before plus 1d4.
Okay, so 1d4 plus 7. Wait, is it just 1d4?
Yeah, because you don't add the you don't add your bonus to.
Okay,
the
so it's just
second
1d4.
attack.
Yeah.
You have to open fighting.
And then do I just double it, or what happens?
Like I said, you take the full 4 damage plus whatever you roll.
So you have a max of 8 damage.
So what did you roll?
I rolled a 2, so that's 6 normal damage, and then 1 necrotic damage.
Oh, okay, how it's an additional 1d4 necrotic, right?
Yeah.
So that would be double 2.
Oh.
Right, so 4 regular, 4 necrotic.
So would that be 6
You said you rolled
necrotic?
2, right? For the regular
Yeah.
damage? So that brings us
Oh,
up
wait.
to 10. And what'd you roll for necrotic?
4.
So I believe 14 total points of damage.
Yep.
Alright, at this point his avatar is just split wide open and you can see into this hollow space inside of his body where there's this rotating, corrupt looking red and black pyramid shaped crystal. However, we are going to see, now that his heart is open...
His heart is open, so let love shine.
Oh wait, not until his turn. Okay. Right? Okay, yep. So Malcolm, go ahead. The heart is exposed.
Do we still have advantage because of the ethereal trap?
At the moment, yep.
Nice.
29 to hit for the first attack. I'm just gonna roll all the attacks for
Wait, 29?
yeah.
That is miss.
What?
What?
You might need to calibrate that, buddy.
How much do you need to hit to actually hit that with your God
I
Killer
rolled
weapon?
18
You rolled an 18, so you
plus
get...
11, 29. I'll have to hit a 19 or 20 to
Yeah, I need to calibrate that a little bit better. Let's call it 28.
What you should have done is probably did a damage threshold rather than a high AC, but we won't get too much into that DMing and stuff. But I mean, I rolled an 18. I had I have 29. I rolled 29 to hit.
Yep, 28 sounds fair. Okay, hold on, everybody. Your God Killer weapons. What do you have to do to hit 28? How high do you have to roll?
How high do you have to roll? I mean, mine's
I have to-
14.
I have to roll an 18
I feel a
because it's a
15.
plus 10.
I'm confused. How do I find out?
Click on your.
What's your plus on your God Killer weapon to hit?
Plus to hit?
14?
Yeah.
So you'd have to hit.
So mine's armor, so would I just roll either? I'm gonna guess I'd roll my daggers, so mine would be a 15.
Biggest.
My God Killer weapon is different. One second. It's plus 13, so to get 29 would have to hit a 16 or higher.
16. So your bow.
10, I would literally have to roll an 18 to hit him.
Okay. So let's call it 23. To be fair. That should put everybody in a decent chance of hitting it. I guess it's a combination of both, though. Technically, there is a damage threshold. It's just that it's not the amount, it's that all of you hit at least once per round. But it is supposed to be a little harder to hit than himself, you know?
So yeah, I guess I hit my first attack then.
Alright, yep, go ahead.
Second one is 26.
26, of course, hits.
That one does not hit.
Nice.
And that's a 32 to hit. So 3 hits. Oh wait, that's D8s. I'm rolling the wrong freaking dice for that. The D8 of Radiant, you said, right? There's one D. No wait, that's I'm not using the Radiant ammo anymore. Never mind.
Bless you.
Plus you.
Well, my brain is going numb. So 19 damage for the first one.
Okay.
19 damage for the second one. 15 damage for the third. If I'm not using ammo, it does 2d necrotic.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Never mind, I got a little more. 13, 19. Another 30 damage. 30 damage necrotic. Which I have no clue if he's immune to it or what.
No, I couldn't give him any immunities like that because I believe two of you do necrotic damage by default.
Yep.
So, because you're using the God Killer's weapon, he can't be immune to or resistance any of that. Okay, so 83 was your total damage? Or that was in addition to the 53?
That was additional 53.
Okay. Goodness gracious. 36. Now, let's hope it sticks. Zuko, your turn.
I still have advantage, right?
Yes, please, for the love of God. 3
I
attacks.
got 2 totally different
3
dice.
attacks. Hit with one of them, Zuko.
We're just gonna roll all 3, and it's gonna be those arrows that give me. So that would bring it to 18. I just have to hit 18 with those arrows, right?
You have to roll an 18.
Wait, is that still true at 23? 23?
Are you sure that that's right, man? I'm looking at your character sheet.
I don't think they're probably not in there.
I'm wondering if you didn't update your proficiency bonus or something on there.
No, like this is what the.
Adamantite arrows, you have to roll an 18, 19, or 20 to critical.
But,
That doesn't include the plus 10.
No.
Okay.
so what is your to hit on?
I'm checking his character sheet right now.
Remember, D&D Beyond is a bit behind. He hasn't been updating that one recently.
I can't find my character on mine.
Because it's not. Yeah, it's saying normal 12.
I passed Zuko.
Let me check your Games Torch. You get +2 to bonus. You get +2 to attack and damage rolls. So +2.
Plus his dexterity.
What's your dexterity modifier?
4.
4. So that's +6. And I think you add your proficiency bonus, which is not +4 entirely. It's kind of good. Mine's +6. Yours is probably +6 as well. Double check.
I wonder if this has ever happened to anybody. Their party takes out the BB without even really taking any damage.
17th level is +6.
So his total plus to hit is
+12.
plus 12. So to hit 23, you only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you only need to roll an 11 on the dice to hit with that particular weapon.
If you fire it without any ammunition, you shoot radiant damage. Or it does double damage.
I still get radiant damage.
He gets radiant. His stacks. We didn't stack yours because you already do too much damage to me.
Raiders.
10.
You have to roll an 11.
Okay, so that's 1. It's 17.
That's it. God.
So that's 1 hit.
Alright, what's the damage?
Okay. So 1d10 plus 6. 6 plus 12. There's 1d10. What? Yeah. D10. 7. So what? 26.
Actually, 27 because you also are not adding. Yeah, your roll is +7 for damage. Actually, +8 actually.
What?
Well, +2 to damage and hit. +6. So it should be +6, not +4.
Right? Plus
Okay,
6.
my brain's wrong. So how much did I say it was?
His plus to hit?
There was
You had 14. You had 14 radiant damage. Then you had what?
what? No, it's a d10 plus 6 for damage, and then 1d10 radiant, so I have 7 radiant damage.
That's double.
So it should be 14.
Which I just said, 14 radiant damage.
Okay.
And you rolled what, a 6 for your own damage? You rolled 6.
I think so.
12, 14 is 26. 26 damage for that time.
Okay, and then I get one last shot. 18s.
So, were you using the adamantine arrows?
Yes.
That's a crit.
That's correct.
Oh, cool.
So that's d10, so 16.
You got 16.
And then
26 on the back.
Oh.
Radiant's double.
The radiant is just 1d10,
I know, but it's double on crit.
but I don't add anything with radiant damage. So it would just be 20.
You get a full 10 damage from the radiant damage on crit. That 10 is double. And you get a full d10 when you're rolling. So that's 30 damage you can get for the crit, and then whatever your normal
Whatever
damage
this is. 10.
So more 20, it's 50. And you get to roll your d10 for normal damage.
1.
So 51 plus 6 is 57. 57 damage.
57. Plus your 136. Alright.
I'm going to be back in just a second.
Alright, so in addition to the black damage added by Malcolm's, Brain White is added as well. That brings us to Orcus' turn. Who, getting tired of wasting time here and getting severely damaged, he is going to use his wand as a club once against Mira. 31 to hit.
Okay.
That is 11 points of bludgeoning damage plus. Brain fart again. Ah, right. 13 points of necrotic damage, which I believe you're resistant to necrotic. So you have that. And then the second one's going to be against Echo.
She's still in shadow.
Yes.
It's 24.
Yeah, but I've attacked him in the shadows, so he knows where I'm at.
Your AC is still 24 as long as you're in.
Yeah, as long as it's doing.
Rolling above 24, so it doesn't matter.
38.
Yeah, see?
Uncanny dodge.
Hasn't done shit. Oh, yes, that hits.
Halves that, so 19.
19.
Oh wait, that was
Kitty
damage.
dodge.
That was to hit. That was to hit. Yeah, that was to
But
hit.
it hits. Yeah, uncanny dodge.
Alright.
And I am and if there's necrotic, I am resistant to that.
Sweet. So, 5. So for you, that would be 2 points of bludgeoning damage and. Oh wait, no, it would be. Oh yeah, half from uncanny and necrotic damage. Let's see, it's 14 points originally, halved by your resistance would be 7, and halved again would be 3 points of
I brought it up to 4.
huh?
I brought it up to 4.
Alright.
4?
Yeah. Alright, so I think that's the grand total of the damage he's going to get to do in this entire fight. Mira, it's your turn.
Hit this motherfucker with your soul, bro.
Divine distract.
What? Is that slightly his heart?
Yes.
Okay. Is that range though?
Yep. It's essentially the, you remember Link to the Past?
Oh.
Where he would, like, fling out that ring of when you had full health points. So, 225 plus proficiency plus attack.
Is it dex though?
Yeah.
Stats.
Isn't your strength higher for you to make sure to hit him?
I have that belt on.
Or should you be doing a melee attack rather than a ranged attack? You all have to hit him.
Have to. She would have to get. She would have to fly upwards though to reach his heart. Technically, I don't think she's. It would be in melee range of his heart.
Is it a bonus action? Flying.
Yes, I believe you can bring up the this is a bonus action.
So yeah, I mean, guess you could technically fly up there.
If I could do melee one as I put up there.
Okay, so you want to fly up and. Cancel. Oh, there we go. I don't know how to lift yet, but alright, you fly up to his chest and you're making a melee attack with the sword?
Okay, fine. If I can't do the divine one, though, can I at least use the drain one?
Yeah.
Shoot some
I hit him.
towards.
What's that?
I hit him.
That's the important thing. I really hope this doesn't end up being anticlimactic for you guys.
32 to hit.
Huh? What was it?
2 to hit.
That's a hit. So now it's all in Echo's hands.
Our whole quest was going
Do
to use
that?
weapons for
No!
this same purpose, so it's not really anticlimactic to me at all.
Okay. It's like I've never heard of a BBEG fight ending up with
I double the.
heroes walking away unscathed. What's that?
You said I doubled the damage?
The radiant part, yep.
We got lucky.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say we're totally unscathed.
For regular damage.
I lost 4 points, so
A skeleton missed me.
What was that, CC?
I said I wouldn't say we're totally unscathed.
Radiance.
What was the second one?
12 for radiance.
12 radiant.
I'm gonna do it again.
Alright. Maybe I should have gotten you to give me your total damage
33 to hit.
That's a hit.
That wasn't even action surged.
Huh?
That wasn't even action surged.
No, that's not tempting though.
Well, if Mira misses, or if Echo misses,
We gotta start all over.
I love the faith, guys.
I finally hit him, okay?
So definitely use the daggers though, so you have 2 shots.
17 for damage,
17 for regular damage.
and then 16 for radiance.
Alright. Echo, you are up.
Okay, is his other wing part of the shadow that I'm in currently?
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much solid shadow going this direction, back, and to this side.
So jump to the other side.
Yeah, can I jump to the other side of him?
Sure.
Is that a sneak attack or something?
well, she gets sneak attack period because there's no person within 5 feet of him.
And I'm gonna use my shadow daggers on him.
Okay. Are you gonna throw them, or are you gonna swing
I'm
them?
gonna, obviously, because I can't fly like Mira can, I'm gonna throw them.
Don't forget you have advantage.
Yep, thank God, because the first one was a 3. 30?
30 hits. That's funny, even with that high EC, it wouldn't have been too much of a problem. you,
Well, yeah, I
Okay,
rolled 18 a
that's-
couple times, luckily.
that's true.
The advantage helped.
Oh yeah, big time.
If we had advantage and that was AC was 29, we probably would be banishing his ass.
Again, as soon as I saw ethereal trap, I was like, well, we got this.
I might as well put up the Winds of Earrenia victory music.
Oh, that's it?
Huh?
That's it?
I have a feeling it's going to be as long as she,
We have to wait.
And does that have sneak attack?
Yeah, that's sneak attack, so we're waiting, 5 minutes for you
Okay.
to add all that.
Oh. I mean, it is actually, kind of. Okay,
So,
so-
you have so much, you have so many d6 you have to
Add up.
Okay, then where's this? Do it like this. Okay.
being abnormally cooperative with us tonight.
What was that, man?
Said, oh, wait. Shit. There's no wood.
I'm gonna wait for it.
He might have jinxed something.
The kids.
26 normal damage and 2 necrotic.
Okay. You taking a second shot? Or was that the second shot? Or, yeah, was that both attacks?
No, that's the first attack.
Okay.
Well, max
I
level-
never told her my second one yet. I figured I'd start with the first one and then. Nat 20?
Oh my god. Alright, let's just how you want to do this. You have done almost 3 times in one round. You guys managed to do almost 3 times the damage you needed to destroy his heart.
Wow.
Yes.
And a third of that was probably me.
Yeah, I think I did like 50 something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm not even
Yeah.
sure how much I
I
did.
took out like 100 or something.
Oh, you did?
So how do you want to do this, Echo?
My first roll was a 1, and then I rolled again, and it was a nat 20.
Whatever. I think Matt feels defeated.
As long as you guys are happy, because I feel bad that the BBEG was even weaker than the dragon.
Well, no,
I was expecting
but literally, our whole quest has been to get these weapons to make this fight this easy.
Yeah.
That's true. That is fair.
Stop kicking yourself in the
And I think story-wise, this was a pretty good session.
Oh yeah.
So what are you doing, Echo, to finish him off?
Just
Touch
gonna,
tips.
like,
Touch tips in the heart.
just gonna jump up and
touch it.
put my dagger in his heart.
Yep.
Alright.
Did it.
As you leap up to stab the heart of Orcus with both of the daggers, you suddenly feel a presence to your left-hand side. You see a man... pointed beard, burly farmer arms, and he grabs onto the dagger on one side as if he is stabbing this heart in tandem with you. And the two daggers meet in the center of Orcus's heart.
Yes.
And does Malcolm see this, or do we all see it?
Oh, not all of you see it.
Okay.
I just full on tears start trickling down my face.
It's a combination of several things, just his proximity to the group, and specifically because she is essentially picking up the mantle where Alark left off. But as your daggers enter the heart, these bright lines of radiant energy crack across the crystal, and a high-pitched whine begins to build up. Orcus screams out in pain as his avatar continues to dissolve away, and you realize very quickly that this crystal is about to explode into 1,000,000 pieces. What do you do?
Run.
Run?
Two of you jump off of your balconies and you all head for the crack in the floor that allowed you in on the other side of the doors. You manage to make it onto the street, and you see the horde of undead that followed you is now laying still. You have to stumble over their bodies as you head back towards the Serenity, and by the time you get about 50 yards away, the entire temple just blows to 1,000,000 pieces, and as the shockwave of light spreads out across the undead mirror image of Hain, you watch as the darkness and corruption fades away. The true city of Hain returns to your view. The dark sky overhead splits open, and as Orcus has been destroyed, so all of his influence over this city. But you are out of danger. And for those viewing from home, we will be a couple minutes from your perspective, but we will be coming back next weekend, hopefully, to finish up the epilogue. So we will be back after a short break. And we're back. So, as Echo sinks her daggers into the heart of Orcus, the divine light begins to pour from inside, cracking the surface of Orcus's heart, and the high-pitched whine begins, warning all of you that it's time to go.
Did you turn down the music?
Yep,
It was a little bit loud, yeah.
Good now.
because it started out really quiet, so I raised the volume.
I know.
You rush for the doors and back into the chasm that opened up in front of the sanctuary. And as you rushed away from the former temple of the Black Star, it occurs to all of you that you may not make it away in time. So as you flee from your final victory, your lives, especially over the course of the past year, begin to flash in front of your eyes. So, starting off with Malcolm, what do you see? Your favorite memories of it?
I see meeting Argette for the first time, and trying to woo her over. I see reuniting with Sebastian and rekindling that friendship together. I see the Colosseum and us winning and Zuko getting eaten, and then a sad time with Sebastian getting taken away from us. But we went to the temple and brought him back. I think of my wedding, birth of my child, and the moment when I went to the Davalos estate and rescued my father, and he saw me again for the first time and realized who I was.
Okay. Zuko, what do you see?
Kind of reminisce about the very first time to us meeting when our memory was wiped, trying to figure out who we were, and the ship going down. Meeting my father after all of these years, and helping us out on a couple of things. The one night stand where we all partied and got wasted.
And you got off the roof of the welcoming baby.
Riding a deer and knocking it out with one of my sword. I remember winning the championship with these guys as I was being whatever. And I remember, our first time running into our warrant and me moving everything and saying, "Where's his cut?" as his sword against my throat. Christmas with Sebastian at the orphanage. A lot of jokes in the last few years.
Just cutting out.
Yeah, just so you know, you're cutting out a lot, like bad connection or.
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear what he said.
No.
A little bit, but not much better.
Very distorted.
That's a little better.
Yeah, it's slightly better.
I have my phone up as well.
It might be your actual connection. I don't know if your Wi-Fi is slipping or.
Not sure.
Okay, well, we'll work with it. Alright. Mira.
I see, when we first woke up in the ship, wondering who we all were. I see us fighting the drowners, me falling off the cliff that we were climbing several fucking times. I see when we figured out who, oh my god, Emmett, who Emmett really was. Meeting Tigra for the first time. I see us winning the championship at the Gauntlet. Meeting Ethan for the first time is definitely a pleasant memory.
Dancing with her
because I couldn't dance at all because I suck. The sad time when we lost Sebastian and me being stubborn wanting to bring him back. Going into the Fey realm and helping Malcolm when he got tricked by that plant. I see when we first met Lauren, when he was croaked by Orcus, and the final flash that I see is when I finally got to face my rival in Sebastian Clark.
And Echo, I know you don't have as much to work with, but what does it do?
I see that the night that I met everybody, I see the night the group got me drunk for the first time on Dwarven. I see the support that the entire group has given me through all of my visions every time I have told them. I see all the little moments that have happened between Mira and I. I see. I had another one. I see defeating the queen and becoming who I am, and I see just all the little experiences that I've gotten to enjoy with everybody in this group.
So as you manage to clear the other side of the crevice and run for the distant sight of Serenity down the street, the explosion finally occurs, completely obliterating the cathedral, the shockwave knocking you all forward and prone as the shockwave proceeds to subtly shift the form of Haim itself. though not greatly improved, not like the end of like an Aladdin movie, but from this weird, dark, twisted reflection of Hain to what was left of it before the corruption of Thanatos fully took over the city. And the distance between your present location and the outer wall seems to shrink. Even the distance between you and the ship seems to somewhat get smaller. And you can hear some commotion out in the distance beyond the walls that very quickly begins to subside. A few moments later, it's followed by the loud sound of what you can only assume are cheers. You continue to proceed towards the ship, and by the time you reach Serenity, the gates of the city are breached, and you see the armies proceed forward down the street towards you. They slow down as they approach, and one of the commanders from, we'll say, just picking at random, Rumblin, calls out to you, "What news? The army outside the walls has fallen. What has happened?"
Orcus is dead.
We won.
You can see the shockwave of those words kind of ripple out across
Day is ours.
this group, this mix of 6 different nations, armies commingling together, and a few moments later you see probably the strangest sight you've seen in all of your adventures. These armies of nations at a tenuous peace, embracing each other as if they were all from the same side all along.
That's a rare sight.
The crowd breaks apart as Orcus.
You're wrong. He's not dead.
Vasser, King Vasser, rides on his horse through the crowd. "So we've done it. It's over. Can this be true?" And he already knows the answer, but he just looks for the reaction on your faces.
When have we ever lied?
And he says, "Excellent. With Orcus out of the way, now I can execute my plan to take over the continent."
Excuse me?
I'm kidding.
Oh, he'd have a Fey King and a bullet.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we would have ended that real quick.
Real quick.
We got God killer weapons. I don't think a king is any problem.
Yeah. Well then, it's time to count our dead and head back to camp. Everyone needs a well-deserved rest before we all return home.
So they come into the city?
Yeah.
I know I'm concerned about Dustin. How about you guys?
Me too.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, we gotta check on him.
Alright, I think the counting the dead is gonna be like us checking on like 80 different people.
You enter the ship and head directly for Kaylee's medical bay. She stops you at the entryway. He needs his rest.
Oh, thank the gods.
So he's gonna make it?
He's gonna be okay?
He's through the worst of it. He's going to live.
Oh.
I'm afraid the extent of the injuries may be beyond my capabilities of putting him completely back to normal, but he'll live. We won't know how extensive the permanent injuries are until he's had a chance to rest under.
He drunk her.
Tristan says the ship's ready to take off when you are ready. We can head back to the camp.
Yeah, I think we head back to the camp.
All right.
I do think though that once Kaylee says that he's gonna be all right, I think Octa was a pretty go with the flow kind of guy. I think, but you see him drop even like all the tension just leave his body. You know, the whole fight, everything over the last year. Finally, he's just like breathes a sigh of relief. So we check on the next person.
Tristan hops up in the cockpit and lifts Serenity off to bring you all back to the camps. At which point you can ride into the camp and begin checking on people. Many of the fallen are being brought back from the fields. The Imperial forces have a particularly difficult time because they have not only those they lost during this fight, but those that had fallen before and were fighting on Orcus' side. Thankfully, many of the other armies' soldiers are happily helping them with that burden, but all in all, the Empire is bringing in casualties in the thousands. But you begin to make your rounds on the groups that you are more closely associated with. First being the Royal Army of Palhas. As you enter the field of the fallen of the Palhas army, you see a familiar face kneeling beside the corpse. And as soon as you get a glimpse of who he is kneeling by, the pieces come together. It is Gavin, and he is kneeling next to the fallen body of Tip. I'm sure that's not a surprise to anybody, but he sees you approach and surprisingly has a smile on his face. Sad, but
It's what he would have wanted, wasn't it?
but already into the process of accepting. When you approach, without you even asking a question, he says, "You should have seen it. He should have been dead 5 times over, but he just kept going. I honestly thought he was going to make it out. But when that shockwave came over us and our Orcus' army collapsed all at once, he turned in the field to find me, smiled, and just collapsed. He must be responsible for saving at least 100 men today. I guess this is no surprise. That vision he had some time ago, I don't know if it was destiny or if he was just chasing his own prophecy, but I know this is what he would have wanted. Dying in battle for a good cause. It's the way he always saw himself go."
It's true. I still remember the last time I saved him when we fought Baba Yaga. He was not very happy with me stopping his death.
Oh, he appreciated being saved. He was just waiting for the right fight to follow.
I knew he was courting death in a battlefield, and I can't say that I'm happy that he found it, but death is part of life. Glad he went out as a warrior.
As you continue on, you make your way to the rendezvous point for the Holy Regulator. And there is only 2 among their members who fell today. One, a knight that you had never met, a newer recruit, but one that you do recognize. Barros, the former elite guard of, at the time, Jarlvasser, the one who Alexandria told, if you had not stopped Mantis from returning, would have died some time ago.
He still died.
He would have died protecting Jarlvasser. And today, an undead, I just went blank.
Words are hard.
What is Shrek? Ogre. Undead ogre broke through the line and came charging at King Vasser. Barros rode his hover bike at full speed, crashed it into the ogre, fatally injuring the beast, but succumbed to his own injuries.
So he still died protecting King Wasser.
So, as far as people you know, that is who fell on the field of battle.
That's it.
That's
Yeah.
it? We only lost 2.
Yep.
3 inspiration tokens. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Which is exactly why Tidgrud was able to push through about 5 or 6 fatal wounds and only die when the fight was finally over. Your mind does turn to the only other person you personally know that you were still expected to be here. The vampires are nowhere to be seen.
Oh, of course. They said their deal was done.
It looks like Salas held up his end of the bargain, and but you think of the one person you know who would have been among the mages in the battle, and don't see any sign of him except for Zuko. At one point, you become somewhat separated from the rest of the group, and you feel a tap on your shoulder. It is Lorimer.
Oh wow.
He hands you this big leather wrap kit, puts it in your hands, pats the top of it, and wanders off. This is your chance, by the way, if you want to add any more key to his.
Yeah.
Roll a stealth check.
12.
Before catches you.
Damn.
Surprisingly, he is either distracted enough or is intentionally caught onto the thing and is allowing it to happen. You managed to get 3 more keys on the ring. It is just about at critical mass. You see he's kind of like, pulling up his pants every few steps at this point. But he disappears in the crowd, and a few moments later is about when all of you notice Mortimer's tower fading from view.
So I'm gonna show them the leather wrap. And I'm gonna open it, right?
Yep. Inside, God, why is this making me misty? 3 more wizard doorknobs, and yep. 1 key. So the 3 of them each has its own small storage space, about a quarter the size of the original wizard storage area. And it also has keys for each of you to the teleportation circle building on King Vosser's estate, the Holy Regulators headquarters, and Malcolm's Ranch.
Malcolm's what?
Malcolm's Ranch. So now all of you have your own wizard storage space, and you can, whatever, as you go your separate ways, anytime you like, you can return to the Holy Regulators, or Fort Anexa, King Vosser's estate, or, whatever title they give him after this point, and Malcolm's Ranch.
Nice. He knows.
But, is there any further business for you to send to here at the battlefield?
Not that I can think.
Can't think of anything.
I can't think of anything specifically on the battlefield.
Okay. So, there is a bit of a celebration that night. Nobody actually bothers sleeping. The dead are gathered. Impromptu celebrations break out for the end of the war. And at dawn, the bodies of those whose tradition it is to be cremated, those fires are lit at dawn. Arrangements are made for the transport of other bodies. Gavin does inform you that he has no idea what to do with Tidgrud, and Tidgrud had no particular wishes expressed, except to be, buried with military honors, or buried or burned. He didn't really care.
We could bury him next to a lark.
I could see him going out like a Jedi, being burned by a huge bonfire.
That's essentially what happened to a lot of the soldiers this morning. So it's up to you. If you can intervene. Otherwise, he, would be
Is White Bluff by a lake?
by the ocean. It's on the coast.
The ocean.
Yeah.
What about a Viking?
What about, because White Bluff is where you met to, correct?
Yes, White Bluff is where you met him.
What do you guys think about like a Viking funeral into the ocean?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you, the body is handed over to you, and carried on to Serenity, and you let Tristan know that there's a small diversion in the course. Over the course of the next 3.5 days, roughly, the trip back.
Oh, immediately upon getting settled back into the airship, I take out my scroll of message.
I'm sorry, you started cutting out there.
Yeah, you started cutting out
I
too.
tell Argent that I'm okay.
Okay.
My scroll of message. I ask you to
Can't hear you.
Are you having connection issues too, or is it us?
It could be us, babe. Did we pay the bill?
Yeah, pretty sure we did.
You sure?
The green is lighting up like I'm saying stuff, so I don't know.
Hold on, let me check real quick.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're
Yes.
clear
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I was saying that I don't want Argent to kick my ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're breaking up on my end too.
Okay. Alright, so she responds shortly after, saying, "I never had a doubt. I'll see you when you get home." Over the course of the next 3.5 days, Duskchin does come to. Lost my train of thought. He comes to, and Kaylee does call you all to let you know that it is okay to visit him. She informs you that she hasn't told him anything, just that he was injured and.
That he can't fly. He's not a bird.
Yes, she told him that he can't fly. But she lets you know that he is okay and you can visit him whenever you like.
Before I go in to visit him, I'd ask her if she has any idea of 10 of his injuries.
She looks a little solemn. He seems to be taking it okay, but it appears he will not walk.
Oh my. Malcolm, can we work on a way of making the first electronic wheelchair?
No, the combat wheelchair already exists.
Come again?
The combat wheelchair already exists.
Oh.
Zuko's friend at the museum uses one.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I'm going to assume that he still wants to fly. Because I'm, not walking is one thing, but I don't think it's mostly all hand controls for the ship, correct? Or most.
It does involve some foot control, and as agile as Serenity is, but adjustments can be made. But if are you going in to talk to him?
Yeah, I'll go in and talk to him because I'm sure we can work out some kind of locking mechanism for a wheelchair so that he can lock himself in place whenever he's flying. That kind of thing.
He gives you a smile when he comes in. Kaylee wouldn't tell me anything except for the fact my fucking legs won't work, so what's going on?
Well, thanks to your expert landing, we were able to get into the temple and we defeated Orcus. But I have to ask you, Duskjin, why weren't you drunker?
How come?
I was too nervous to drink before we flew in. That's probably part of the problem.
No, I put my hand on his shoulder and smiled down on him, and just, there's nothing more you could have done, anything you could have done better for us.
So I take it that means it's over.
Fight is over.
Oh, fantastic. I'm looking forward to that promotion that you were going to give me, assuming that's still on the table.
Yes, I want you to head up a shipping profession here.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to request some modifications to be made to the ship to make it a little easier for me to get around it, but I will accept your offer under the condition that I get to keep Tristan.
Of course.
Can navigate the ship well enough in long-haul situations, but anything that requires some tight maneuvering, that'll be a little trickier for me. But Tristan's come a long way since we started, so he can fly almost as well as I can. So I would be more than honored to captain the ship with Tristan at the helm.
Make it so.
All right. Well, if you would be so
I
kind
was
as
hoping-
to bring me a drink. I haven't had drop in... How long have I been asleep? He gives his, he knocks on his stomach right about this place where his liver would. Feels like about 3 days.
It's not floating quite as high, is it?
Yeah. Nope.
Part 3 again?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I'd walk out and let everybody else know what's going on if they didn't go in with me.
I went in with you.
I think we all went in.
Yeah.
As I'll leave you guys to talk to him while I go search out some alcohol for the man.
I've shared 2 pictures of There's 2 of them.
Yeah, it is.
Why?
Look on my phone.
There's 2 CCs.
I'm not sure. It's not that way on my.
Well, it's probably one of them is probably her actual webcam, and the other is probably the projector.
Oh my god, I'm too white.
Hey, I just turned off your mother's camera for a reason.
Wait, what?
She was in view of your camera.
Oh.
Alright, so anybody else have anything to say, Chip?
Come again?
I don't have anything specific to say to this, Jim.
So at the end of your 3.5-day journey,
Stop messing with the camera.
I'm not messing with it.
I completely forgot to mention,
Scoot, scoot, scoot.
fun fact that I should have brought up, last session. One of the most surprising scenes in the camps, there was one person that you knew there that you did not expect to see. None other than the...
Mom,
What?
I dropped the phone and it did this.
None other than the rock troll Grunk.
Oh wow, yeah.
He had been called in from his post at the bridge in the Twilight Forest and was fighting alongside the Royal Palhas army.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you...
Good old Gronk.
Gronk?
Yes, Gronk.
Oh.
Alright, now don't drop the phone this time.
Gronk.
Yes, of course, this was before Echo was there, but they met a rock troll in like session 3 that was guarding this bridge. Still believed that the Kingdom of Palhas was a thing, and made people pay tolls specifically for in the form of random trinkets and stuff. They managed to get their magic magnifying glass there, a very old bow from Zuko's old order. I feel like there was something else you guys picked up there too.
Magnifying glass, the bane of Matthew's existence.
Yes.
Campaign.
Yeah, there was
I thought that
there
was
something
the
else,
flying
yeah.
carpet that was.
That
the
flying
thing
carpet
that
has
was-
also become
Flying
a
carpet
bane
was
of
higher on the
his...
list.
Yeah.
But yes, he was there, and you guys saw him, and he did survive the fight. He had a pretty high kill count himself.
Nice.
Alright, but you are called up to the cockpit as Serenity is finished flying over the Twilight Forest.
I think I would write to Argette to see if she wanted to be there for Sigurd's funeral.
Ah, yes. When you
Because I can always open up a wizard's door to.
Yeah, she's
bring up the ship.
definitely interested in attending, as you did spend quite a long time looking after her. Oh wow, how appropriate is this? As you approach the spot where your last airship crashed, those of you who came to the cockpit can see the place where White Bluff was, where this gigantic crater right on top of where that well was.
Jeez.
I am like 360 watching like everywhere around us.
For rocks.
Oh, I followed them up there. I'm looking.
We've
all
come full
around.
circle. Get out of the deck. Roll for initiative. Tristan does a arc around the crater and lands near the cliffs where you once marched down to enter the cove to deal with the drowners and the sea hags.
I clap Mira on the shoulder as we walk down and ask her if she wants to do any climbing.
Oh, hell no. You recall how well that went last time.
Oh, that's right. You had to climb inside the cavern. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I actually forgot about that part.
No, I'll never
Yeah,
forget that because he tried helping me and I brought him down with me.
At level 3,
Yup.
taking terminal fall damage.
He lands by the edge of the White Bluffs. You can open the wizard's door to bring Argette through. How would you like to bring... Oh, over the course of the week, you guys constructed a makeshift boat, essentially, specifically for this purpose. How would you like to deal with getting Tidgrim's body down to the shore?
Do we carry him now?
Is there like a path or anything where we can carry him down to the shore?
Yes, yeah. There's a kind of like a switchback path that goes down.
I can
The
help.
bluff
I can
here.
help carry the body down.
I think Echo's a bit tiny, but Mira and I, we can probably all help.
Yeah.
I'll pallbear him down.
In the image of pallbearers, the group of you carries this makeshift boat with Tidgrim's body down the switchback path to the base of the White Cliffs of White Bluff, bringing him into the sand up to the edge of the waves. You can set his body down in the sand and prepare to send him off. Does anybody have any words?
He was a very tough warrior and very kind.
One of the first people we met was behind his gruff exterior. He really was a sweet and wise man. I think Argette can attest to that, as guarded her for some time, which I thank him for with all the fiber of my being, as he protected my wife and my child, future child, now been born. He was very, very important to me, and I'm glad he went out the way he wanted to go, in battle on his sixth wind.
Argette steps forward and speaks directly to him. Though most of the time I felt like I could handle myself just fine. Tidgard, I must thank you most of all for putting up with my anxiety and having Malcolm away in the line of danger.
He turned it off.
Not quite as a good use of choice here.
Yep, that moved on to something else. Whoa! Lost people. Lost since he's heard.
Cece's back. I'm guessing she left her computer and went back to her phone.
Yeah, that's because my computer started overheating, so y'all were just crackling.
We need to find a way to make your computer stop overheating.
Oh, it's a Chromebook. It's not gonna stop overheating.
Put it on an ice pack.
But thank you for giving me someone to talk to, someone to assure me of what I already knew, that my husband-to-be was, if anyone could make it home every time, he could. You tolerated my anxiety and my frustrations, and though that you were there to protect me, you respected my abilities and never made me feel inferior. Your tales from your glory days in the Imperial Vanguard were always entertaining and inspiring. I never understood why you so longed to die in battle, but I am glad you got your way, though I wish it could have been some other fight down the road. You will be missed here. Anyone else?
Set my piece.
Can I take an arrow out of my pack and put it in the boat with him as a sign of respect?
Absolutely. Alright, so, would you like to light it on the shore?
No.
Or send it up?
No, we're doing this Viking.
I have a plan.
Okay.
I have
So describe to me what you do.
I have one single Dragon's Breath ammunition round left. And I want to push him off into the ocean, and then once he sails a bit from the shore, I want to fire that Dragon's Breath on my Dragonborn friend.
Nice.
I'm not going to make you roll for attack. The hands of the divine guide your hand, as with the most accuracy you have ever obtained. You strike the vessel, which immediately is engulfed in a large ball of flame. And as that sphere of fire disappears, the boat is awash in flame, heading into the sunset. As if aiming to miss Irala entirely, you watch as the burning vessel in the body of Tidgrud disappears over the horizon.
As Malcolm watches him drift over the horizon, one of the few moments you'll ever see him have his hat off, holding Orcus.
Wow, I really did not expect this all to end in White Bluff, where it all began. Oh God, I can't do this. After the close of Tidgrod's funeral, I assume you all head back to Anexa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of celebration or feast or something.
Absolutely. Cities across the continent are having celebrations as the news breaks.
I think we're going to make this a lot faster. I'm going to have Tristan fly the airship and just hold a holding pattern as we use our newly found keys to get to Anexa.
Okay.
And I'll use the flashlight to portal him over top of us.
So sure enough, there you are invited. A special celebration is held. A special secret celebration is held at the Holy Regulators headquarters for those who were in the know from the beginning of everything that was going on. Sebastian and King Vosser, Clambach. Alexandria does not show up.
Oh my God, that's still unsettling.
Has she avoided me since I got my god-killing weapon?
I think
No,
so.
you still had it when you killed the Emperor. You haven't seen her since she
Since
killed
she
her
walked
brother
off, yeah.
and wandered off. But y'all, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think I bothered checking to see if she had any kind of aura around her.
It glue white.
Did it glow white? I can't remember.
It glue white. You pointed at her, and it glue white. Unless it glue another color, and I confused it. Love?
I don't quite remember if he. Oh yes,
Yes.
you're right. Yeah.
He did point it at her.
Wasn't sure what the hell that meant.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I don't think you gave us a meeting.
But the king does make a note of her absence. Surprised that she did not choose to join in the celebrations. Does anybody say anything to
about her missing, or to the king in general?
about Alexandria?
Yeah, I would probably ask if he knew if she
What just happened?
planning on taking over the empire, or what her plans were.
To the best of my knowledge, she wanted to remain presumed dead. But there wasn't any discussion of they were headquartered here, at least temporarily. Not sure what she planned on doing after that.
Well, I'm not sure if he'll keep in touch, but if something is amiss, let me know. We'll clean up loose ends.
You suspect there will be loose ends to clean up with her?
I expect loose ends to clean up everywhere.
Fair enough. So, the celebration goes on. Also not in attendance is Lorimer.
He knows.
Oh, he knows.
He knows.
So, is this the party of the waste? What, after the celebrations and all of that, what does everybody do over the course of the next year?
Well, before even then, I want to gather up Fyra and Echo and Ethid, and give them a small pouch, and it to Mira.
Okay. What's this?
I think you remember that Lorimer made some rings for Arget 9, where anytime we wanted to, we could feel each other's heartbeat. I have these 3 rings made for you, Ko, and Ethid, so that anytime you guys can sense each other.
Thank you.
And I'm going to turn to Zuko and give him another leather-wrapped bundle.
Still with us, Jake?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
So I give you a leather-wrapped bundle, and inside of it is a fedora and a whip.
Thank you.
And so this fedora has a luck charm on it that specifically allows you to recover it when it is removed from your head, and it is in a precarious situation to get it back. You will have advantage on your save to grab it before it gets crushed by a rock or the door closes between you and it, stuff like that. The whip is a +3 whip, and it has a special enchantment on it that allows it to automatically wrap around any surface, any thing that it is able to fit around. It will, if you fling it at it, it will automatically secure itself around it, so that you can use it to swing or
Oh my
pull
god,
something
that's
towards
awesome.
you, whatever the case may be.
That actually used to happen in the game.
Yep.
Wait, you played the game?
Huh? I played one of the Indiana Jones, but so you have a
Hi.
magic whip.
So with that, I just, I tell you guys that don't be strangers. You guys are always welcome at touching Tip's Ranch.
And they all have a key to your front door, so.
Malcolm, before we part ways, I might need to mask with many faces.
I
Is still after me. I'm gonna need as many disguises as I can to stay a step ahead of him.
I pull out of my bag and I look down at it. I'm like, I look at him, I think I've really held on to it more for the memory of it than anything else. I've barely used it.
I promise I'll be very
But I have other ways. I have other ways to remember. I hand it over to you.
I promise I'll be very careful. Thank you.
Be safe, and if you need help with Ivor, I'm not going to be adventuring full time. But if you need me for something, I'll always be there.
I know. I'll try to keep you out of trouble. Don't want to piss off our kid.
You saw her shoot a gun, so I wouldn't want to piss her off.
Alright. If there's nothing else.
Anything else here at the fort, guys? East?
Come again?
I know
nothing else.
to talk to Sebastian, I think it was.
So, Sebastian?
Yeah, because he was the one with the orphanage, right?
He's the one with the connections to the orphanage.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him if he thought if Hallhouse or Nexa would be a good place to open up an orphanage, if there was any need for that.
Well, Paul House is. Didn't even think he was going to be speaking today.
Break out that German accent, Matt. Come
I'm
on.
trying. Paul House is set, but Alexa could use one.
Because I'd be willing to do that with some help if in Nexa. Because you know the ins and outs of an orphanage better, but I want to be able to help children.
That sounds fantastic. I'm just about done with this cloak and dagger shit. So I would be happy to help you set up that orphanage. So, the regulators, for the first time, go their separate ways. Malcolm takes Arget to Touching Tips Ranch and begins learning to live a domestic life. Echo apparently begins work on setting up an orphanage in Anexa. Mira continues her work as a monster hunter. Zuko, I believe your plan was to start treasure hunting full time, essentially.
And yep, and to work on the NASCAR stuff with Malcolm.
The Northern Ekrayomond Speed Circuit of Aerial Racing.
Dang, that's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
He went
Or
very far out of his
NASCAR
way
for
to make it
sure.
NASCAR. So those things, of course, bring you opportunities to stay in touch. Mira, I'm sure, occasionally makes her way back around.
Wearing some disguise.
Or do you keep Anexa as like home and just travel out to?
I try to
Fulfill
keep
con-
Anexa as home.
And no, that makes sense because Ethan is there, the orphanage is there with Echo.
And so, yeah. But every once in a while, I try to, if I catch any whiff of the huntsmen coming to town, I try to make myself scarce and make sure that they're protected. Not that they can't handle themselves, but they are currently the two loves of my lives.
As a matter of fact, the law in the quote-unquote Kingdom of Paz does become that huntsmen are aside from yourself, are no longer.
Really? So I'd be safe in Anexa.
Yes.
So it's anywhere else that I would have to wear.
Anywhere outside of the outside of the Kingdom of Paz.
Well,
Monster hunting, you're going to be roaming.
Outside of the boundaries of
Anexa,
occasionally,
yeah. So let's make this look canon. As my disguise, I want Mira to have long blonde hair, blue eyes, and kind of have like a mole right here, and an you know the three scratch mark in the scar.
Mm-hmm.
I want that as her look for her disguise.
Does the mole change places every time you see it, like in Robin Hood Men?
That's funny.
All right. So 1 year later, there's a anniversary celebration for. Well, first, of course, Arget and Malcolm's 1 year anniversary.
I do kind of want over the year. I am going to be talking to King Vosser about his abdication.
Yes.
And I want to talk about possibly instating a democracy.
What was that?
That was Nelly.
Nelly, settle down.
That's actually that some of that comes to comes to pass anyway. During the celebration, the night of, or the couple days after Orcus's death, he is able to peel the crown from his head and toss it to the ground, where it shatters as he announces abdication of the throne. The Lord Mayors of every settlement, city, or town become elected officials who are chosen by their people. And Palhas does take on a parliamentary sort of government where the representatives who are chosen by people from each city and town are sent, and a head of state is elected from there. Over the course of that year, Vosser actually is nominated, but declines that position, and asks instead to become an ambassador to the Quorum of Ekrayomond. Clambach becomes the first head of state under this new parliamentary
That's
system.
what I was hoping was going to happen.
Yes.
At which point, of course, a new Lord Mayor takes over in Annexa. Your key to the Lord Mayor's palace, of course, in Annexa, they have requested to be turned in simply because your pal isn't living there anymore. Voster is allowed to keep his estate on the
I was
lake.
hoping for that.
The Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Palhas resides in the Lord Mayor's estate of Palhas City, or what was Lord Mayor's estate, which is what's left of the original castle. But so about a year on, you celebrate your 1 year anniversary. You dig up that bottle of schnapps and celebrate a year of marriage, and not long after that, the 1 year anniversary of the fall of Orcus comes along, and there is another party. This time it is in the hall where he once defended Jarl Voster's life from an assassination attempt.
Oh my god, can we like bring up memories up there?
Oh yes, absolutely. And this time
I electrocuted half the room.
the stained glass windows have been replaced. Each, interestingly enough, with images from your adventures.
That's crazy.
This time Lorimer is in attendance, so he's in attendance and he's getting very, very intoxicated.
Oh.
Zuko, would you like to take another shot at...
Do it.
Absolutely.
Alright, roll your stealth check.
With advantage because he's
Nat
drunk?
20.
Yes, with advantage.
Right,
Oh, you managed to slip on 4 more keys throughout the night, and by the end of the night, the next time he stands up after you slip the last key on, his pants fall to the ground, which gets a good laugh out of everybody, including him. It is still fairly early in the evening. The sun has not set, and he bids everyone adieu, says that he needs to retire for the night. As he leaves, only within your shot, Malcolm, he says, "I'll be at my tower if you need me," and he says it with great significance.
Is that his way of saying I'm ready?
I think so.
Yes.
I'm going to let Arget know that I'll be back, and I'm going to quietly slip away.
Lorimer's already teleported away by this point. Should you use the key?
Yeah.
So you use the key and step into the familiar foyer of Lorimer's tower, closing the door behind you. You take a quick glance at the sculpture of death, which you feel like is giving you an unpleasant look.
Ouch.
One of expectation. And it is safe to assume once you close the wizard's door, reopening that door will bring you to whatever part of the tower that.
I would do that. I'd nod and tip my hat to the statue. Even though I know it's a statue, and letting it know that I'm going to do what needs to be done. Open up the door to go to work.
So as you cross through, you find yourself in the large circular room, which appears to be the control room for the tower.
Lorimer's
Lorimer's
room that took us like a full session to figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. In the center is his control device with panels on each side. He's making his way, flipping switches, turning knobs. He glances up at you as you enter, just putting some things in order.
Take your time, old friend.
As he continues manipulating the controls, he says, "I assume by now you know that I know what you're here for."
I know that you know that I know that you know.
He thinks about that for a month. Glad we're on the same page. You know, 2,000 years ago, when I gave you your wedding gifts and first got that inkling of what was to come, I was terrified.
Did you say 2,000 years ago?
Yep.
2,000 years ago.
Can we turn down the music just a smidge?
Were you being serious, or was that a...
Yeah, he's being serious. You realize at this point he is aged a lot more than a year. Maybe not 2,000 by your perspective, but he has definitely aged more than you would expect him to have in a year. Wouldn't say I was running, just wasn't quite ready.
You knew everything was going to work out, didn't you?
Like, in a sense, I did. That after I gave you the gifts, I did some research into the champions of the Fyra. I realized that you have an obligation to end my kind. So, after the battle with Orcus, I slipped away, wandered around Fyra, around time. I think I did a lot of good along the way. Saw a lot of interesting things. Fyra still has a lot to go through. But no matter where I went, I would always run into some group of ragtag individuals who unexpectedly end up saving thousands of lives. And I kept remembering the Regulators. And this last time, I was reminded so much of you that I decided it was time to come back and pay the piper. I've seen a lot of amazing things, and at this point he stops manipulating the control panel. You notice that there's an energy buildup in the center of this device that he doesn't seem to be concerned with anymore. And he wanders over to an arched doorway that faces outside of the tower toward the sunset. I saw a lot of amazing things. There's nothing I missed more than a Palha sunset. I never told you this, Malcolm, but I liked you better after you had your memories wiped.
I was kind of a real son of a bitch before, wasn't I?
A bit. I admired you anyway, but after you had your memory wiped and regained, the person you became, someone I could truly call a friend.
Bless
so,
you.
the end of the day, I'm glad it's you. And he kind of sits in an armchair on this little balcony facing the sunset.
I stand behind him and just put my hand on his shoulder, watch the sunset with him. And as the last sliver of the sun disappears, rise, I say goodbye, friend.
I've cut out, but I saw your. Lorimer.
Can you repeat what I said?
Well, yeah, sure. The end there.
Yeah, I said that I would watch the sunset with him, with my hand on his shoulder, and as the last sliver of the sun disappeared over the horizon, say goodbye, friend.
Lorimer peacefully collapses into the chair, or slumps into it. And as you walk out of the control room, that energy buildup is still continuing to increase. You can hear what sound like church bells ringing throughout the tower. You cross through the foyer where the animated portrait of him on the wall has disappeared. And as you step out of the tower and towards the edge of his property, you turn around and his tower, including the foyer that usually remains when he travels away, fades from existence. So, with that, Lorimer is gone. Though considering he has traveled throughout time, it is possible he may be seen again.
I was half expecting you to make him regenerate.
Me too. Oh my god.
Like when you said the energy buildup and the church bells ringing, I literally thought he was gonna float up and
And become a whole different kidneys.
he was gonna become Malcolm.
Oh my god.
So, with that, we begin to close out the final chapter of the Regulators become more famous than even the Crazy Eight was. Within 20 years, there are multiple monuments to the Regulators throughout the continent. In White Bluff, a stone sculptor in the exact same spot that the Vestige crashed, a sculptor created a replica of the crash site with a statue of Tidgrud at the bottom, commemorating both the help that the town received from the crew of the Vestige, as well as memorializing the lives lost when Baba Yaga emerged at that site. And a special plaque on the statue of Tidgrud commemorates both his achievements in the military, his time served as the final captain of the guard of White Bluff, and his ultimate sacrifice in the Battle of Hain. Over time, the visitors coming to see this memorial justified the creation of a new town, built just slightly to the east of the former White Bluff. In Elta, a statue stands outside the reconstruction of the Welcoming Maiden. 4 figures, somewhat merged but stepping out of each other. A human man with a wide-brimmed hat, a half-elf huntsman, a half-elf ranger, and a Catan monk, commemorating the Regulators, who first saved the town from a werewolf and came back to save it again from a demigod. Yeah, that's a better.
So I would like to ask whoever is reconstructing the Welcoming Maiden to just the sign. I would like for it just to be a slender, red-headed person with their arms wide open.
Okay. That could definitely be arranged. Red Valley, within 10 years, had already been moved a couple miles further into the mountain as the mines dried out. But in the place where Red Valley stood in your time, there is a sculpture of a man firing a gun into the air, flanked by a half-elf huntsman, a half-elf ranger, and a human rogue, commemorating when the Regulators saved them from torch spiders in the mines.
Boomstick.
Palha City itself has a giant R in the center of one of the nicer-looking plazas, and a similar sculpture sits in the center of reconstructed Hain. At its base, in a carving of Malcolm, Mira, Zuko, and Echo, each of you standing beside the symbol of the goddess of the Fyra that you are the champion of. So, Zuko, how long are you planning on continuing to be treasure hunter for the museum? Is that like your career?
I would think several years until I eventually find a partner and settle down with a family of my own.
Okay. So, were you actually interested in pursuing the woman who had become the secretary, the greeter at the museum?
I could see that happening.
Yeah.
So, Zuko and Edith hit it off, and developed a relationship over time. At some point, getting married. She does not push you to get out of the treasure hunting business. So, do you still do a few years, or?
Still do a couple years. I might even at some point when the curator, maybe he passes, maybe I take over his place, and then that's when I just kind of stop the adventuring.
Okay. He actually does pass on about 8 years after the fall of Orcus, leaving even ownership of the museum to you and Edith. Mira, how long do you think you keep up the monster hunting before you settle down?
I keep it up for a couple years. I assume that in the orphanage, she kind of has like her own little. We have our own little dwelling. And I, settle down with both Kid and Echo, and try to write better smut than what I've read. And who knows, maybe some kiddos along the future, but I'm not sure how magic works in your world, considering.
You adopt some orphans.
I was going to say, you guys have an orphanage. You have plenty
True.
All right. So,
just saying, we make some cute kids.
You eventually settle down. Of course, we have one shot to deal with the entire husband situation.
Would we get to see my parents?
That could be addressed during that one shot, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so it sounds like you all do eventually settle down. So, Lorenas dies about 8 years after the events of the fall of Orcus. Ethan passes on about 47 years later at the age of 86.
I hope she was happy.
She does eventually retire from active duty within the Knightly Order, and does get to enjoy your company or handing the reins over to somebody else. With your guys' approval, Ethan does not continue the tradition of making members of the Order continue to serve even after death.
I think that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in particular you guys want the Holy Regulators to do beyond what they've already done in assisting with Orcus? Of course, the original knightly order of the original champions went to find artifacts and hide them and stuff like that. But
kind of say that, yeah. Did they find anything odd to?
I don't know if I'm not sure about you guys, but I don't know that I would want an order to keep secrets. I would rather have an order that shares knowledge.
Like the Jedi?
Like the
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I like that.
And like just the general peacekeepers?
Yeah. If there's ever a conflict between city-states that looks like it might be going to war, the Holy Regulators step in to try to...
they hold up the ideal that was created at the Battle of Hain, of course, as being all part of one.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so, couple things they do, the Order does take care of specifically. They keep an eye on the site where Baba Yaga was killed.
Good idea.
The 3 tablet pieces that were recovered after the defeat of Orcus, the ones that you had originally handed over, are returned to their original hiding spots. Not that it really matters because the 4th one's out, but that's one thing that they take care of. Over the course of your lives, Earrenia continues to lose provinces until it is back to its original state. Each of these individual provinces become their own countries again, all joining the Quorum of Griomond, each serving the needs of the people who live in a manageable area. Teresia, the what's the word I'm looking for?
Do they give me a sponsorship deal for their toast?
I'm drawing a blank. A government based on religion.
A theocracy?
A theocracy. The theocracy crumbles at some point.
Yeah, I like their toast, not the theocracy.
And Teresia once again returns, or follows in the footsteps of Pallas, becoming a democracy of their own design.
Do they ever drop? Oh wait, no, that's not where he's from.
Rumlin as well eventually follows in those footsteps. And gradually, the
freedom comes for everybody eventually.
The concept of inherited rule begins to fade away over time. Though many of them keep their royal traditions and names and things like that, they eliminate the
ruling part of it.
Yeah, the monarchies or
as long as Alexandra doesn't come back and she's like, I am the Senate.
Well, we will leave that for a one-shot to do. But
oh, that'd be interesting.
So, as I said, Ethan dies about 47 years later at the age of 86. Malcolm, over the course of the next 50 years, you have 2 more children. And before Arget dies at the age of 89, you are around to see the arrival of 6 grandkids.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
I think, is there, everybody else is still around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think one day everybody would get a message from me to meet me at the ranch.
Okay.
And I would let them know that it's my time. I've lived a full life. I've seen grandchildren. I've seen children. I've watched as my wife aged, and I did not. And I don't think I can stay here anymore. I cannot do it myself.
And that's where we come in and keep the promise.
Yep.
I don't want to become mad.
You don't want to be green?
Alright, so we all gather at the hill where Lark is buried.
Lark and Marquette. I think I would just kneel down between both of them.
What do you tell your kids and grandkids that are still around?
I think they grew up. Maybe not so much the grandkids, depending on how old they are. But at least for sure my children, I think, have grown up knowing that Ed doesn't look like he's aged a day. So I've kind of explained to them
That this
you
day
know,
would come.
what
With respect, then
So
I assume they would explain it to the kids too.
Alright. As you put your friend to rest, bury him next to one of his best friends, two of his best friends, I guess I should say. Before covering his grave, you watch as Reaper's hand turns back into a dagger with an empty hole in it. And you lay him to rest.
Did we do anything with that?
It's up to the three of you that remain.
Do we leave it with you? Actually, what would have Malcolm wanted us to do with Reaper's hand after?
Yeah, I guess you
Step
could
back.
say if you had something planned in advance.
I mean, the temple in the mountains, are we still able to get to that temple? Where, library and everything was?
The Temple of Udal?
Yeah.
You mean the one with Sally, where Sally Avon spoke to you those 2 times? That's on
Yeah.
another continent.
Okay.
He's like, so?
Like a several.
Because weren't there
years-
weren't there statues of the different champions and goddesses there?
Statues of the different champions. Oh, there was in Carmelita, I believe was her name. Zuko's, the underground forest.
Yeah, I think maybe that's something that Zuko probably could have done over the years too, was kind of rebuild that whole temple and everything. And I would probably ask for just my weapon to be returned to the statue of the champion there.
Okay.
Nice.
And the underground temple is still, protected by the Cormorant Orcus. So it would be left in peace unless it was someday needed again.
I like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know, Malcolm, your daughter especially grew up following very closely in your footsteps as far as innovation. And one time, after she reached adulthood, she did kind of vanish. She left behind a note letting you know she was okay. But not long after she reached adulthood, she did go off on her own, it seems. You're not sure.
That's a story for another day.
I like that. I like that.
So, with Malcolm gone, this is 50 years later. How old is Mira?
She's about 26.
26 plus 50 years.
76.
I'm an oldie.
Not for a half elf.
I know.
76. How old was Zuko?
45, I believe.
So 95? Still not very old for a half elf.
Yeah. So, about 30 years after Malcolm is put to rest, Zuko, you die peacefully in your home. I believe you said you did want to have children?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, one of your children took an interest in the work of the museum. Another took interest in specifically seeking out artifacts for it. So it became a family business, essentially.
Nice.
Okay.
Like Shia LaBeouf doing crystal skulls.
Let's not talk about that.
Let's not talk about that.
We
Uh,
don't talk
But your children do take over the museum to continue. It continues to be an institution of Valhalla. Echo, when you hear of Zuko's death, you end up retrieving his regulator, our cloak pin, as you had secretly snuck away Malcolm's as well when he died. Sorry, we said 78. How old Mira was when Malcolm died?
Something.
But, excuse me.
You pass away about 52 years after Malcolm. Ethan having already been gone for some time, a few years before Malcolm died. But you also die peacefully in your home, with no baggage, no worries left behind. And that leaves Echo, who at the time of your death also collected your pin and now has all 4 of the regular little pins. The guild finally essentially coming to a close, with Echo being the only remaining member. Sadly, Echo, being immortal, had figured out back when Malcolm said his time has come, that she was going to be the last one left. That was the way it was always going to end up. And though Echo goes on to live lifetimes past the passing of her friends, meeting many new people along the way, filling new lifetimes full of adventures and challenges. Somehow that short period when she first came to the moral realm that she had spent with these three people called the Regulators always sticks out from the rest of those memories. And long after the world forgets about the Regulators and the champions of the Fyra and the adventures they had, and the memorials begin to wear down and have completely lost their meaning, Echo carries that story into eternity. And with that, we end our campaign. So, that is the final chapter of the adventures of the Regulators, the end of the Winds of Earrenia. Thank you everyone who watched live when we were live streaming it, who watched the VODs on YouTube, both before and after we started pre-recording our sessions. It's hard to watch something that we have built over the course of 4 years come to an end, but all things must, and I am very proud of having reached that milestone that so many people who play this game do not get to see. I also want to thank everyone here who has played this game with me for 4 years, as well as those who were not able to stay at the table, even the one who played Octavia. Thanks for being here twice. But assuming the world economy does not collapse and we have a massive apocalypse, we will be back in about a year with start a new adventure, a new campaign under a new system. And I can't wait, but I will also never forget all of the great memories we had from playing this game. Thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next time.